if I die, tell them I was right. Tell them everything is fine. Tell them these things take time. But I'm alive and so is my whole tribe. We gon' take a ride from 38 to 45 and bury us surrounding a foundation, and they built them high. Airplanes, only dreams, no we never fly. Finally I'm in the terminal and see a sign. Have a nice flight now, leaving District 9.
Okay, guys, we're going to be able to start up the day. We have quite a bit of a bracket today. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 teams. 13 teams today on this bracket. Um, we're looking for a good range of player bases, probably from diamond all the way down to silver. Some teams have been playing together for quite a while. Some of them are a little bit of the pug. We have a few different ones. Some of the little local KC talent. I know that Royal Club is still here. We've also got the KC League of Legends team here. And Riot Please is another one of our pug teams today. So we'll be getting started very soon. Just waiting to get an invite to one of the games, and we'll be starting off that way. So see you guys in a second. Okay, everyone, we're about to get into our first game between Team Black and Gold Gaming versus Death by Snoo Snoo. A definite reference to the Futurama episode of the Amazonian women. Good episode. Good episode. Let's throw that out there. Let me go ahead and pull down our old AFK screen. I can remember my buttons. There we go. Now we're rocking. Go ahead and pump down this music. So we are just waiting on the last person to get connected. Things will be starting very soon, but there's quite a bit difference in level between the two. Got some silvers, gold, bronze, silver, and I believe there's another silver for Team 2, which is gold and black team. Our black and gold team. And then Death by Snoo Snoo is ranging from a diamond 5 down to silver 3. I think it's really going to come down to the difference of teamwork in this. So Death by Snoo Snoo is a pug team, I believe. So that might help them, might hurt them. And I believe that actually Black and Gold is a high school team that'll be playing today together. Gonna go ahead and throw them up on stream first, just to make sure that we get as many people showing. We will be starting fairly soon. Soon, TM. Once we get that last person in, we will be loading up onto the Rift. Today I'm going a little bit blind. I don't know particularly what people are feeling, what people are specializing in. I'm expecting still a few Jace picks out there, a lot of the lethality builds. I'm hoping for some bloody games today. Something really that I can get my blood pumping to. I would have my face cam up, but for some reason it's not working. Apparently I broke it on the transportation over here to KCgameon. While we got a second, let's go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors today. We are being sponsored by IBM, OCZ, the hard drives, the ASIO, Steel Series, Collector's Cache, Novastar Gaming Lounge, and Up Down Gaming Barcade. They're all we're so thankful for them to really be here to help us out with this, because this event wouldn't be going off without them today. So honestly, just give them a like, give them a share, just go check them out on Facebook if you get a second. And really huge shout out to you guys for stopping in and making sure that we're going to have some viewership and ready for some good games today. We're out here at Cerner today. Going to sit here in my little booth while I'm waiting for these games to start. A bit quieter than the last event I've been to, but still quite a good turnout. Gonna go ahead and take a few sips of my Dr. Pepper. That's good. Quality. Got another tournament code down there. So anybody in chat, who are you wanting to see today? Like, are we talking about troll picks are you wanting to see, or even just solid meta that you're absolutely loving right now? Just give me something a little bit to talk about on here. But a huge shout out to Novastar Gaming today. They are actually renting out computers so people can play here without having to haul their rig halfway across the city. Good, definitely go stop in there, give him a check out, and a shout out for the Teemo on the first right there. Definitely Teemo. I'm hoping for a Teemo jungle today. Most annoying and tilting thing you could possibly have. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm surprised they've never made a Sonic skin for Teemo. Patrick. Patrick. Aw, thanks there, DYT. Really helping me get back comfortable. I'm a bit rusty. Yeah, you can call me Sess. That's usually what I go by. Some people pronounce my name S-E Sport. That's not how it's pronounced. It's actually supposed to be Sex Sport. But I didn't know how League of Legends would take too kindly to that. But apparently I haven't gotten banned for it because no one draws the correlation, and I I never even originally thought about it even ever being called esports whenever I made my summoner name. So it's kind of like a happy coincidence that I got this name. But if anyone has the time or has never been out to a KC Game On event, check it out on Facebook. Give them a like, give them a share. Jump on Twitter, start tweeting at us. We would love to have as much interaction as we want. If you're here at the event and just watching, go ahead and tweet some photos at it. Here's my dick. Oh my god, you kicked me in the dick. I'm not mad, but who did it? Please. Team Old Ball. Get the whole rusty thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a hot second. I want to get back into streaming. Just gotta be an adult most of the time. But let's go ahead and look around here. So it's interesting. Black and Gold, apparently they're playing for their local high school. One of my favorite things is I hope that the esports scene does start to take off a bit more into the high school. The collegiate level, which I used to be more involved in, is doing fairly well right now, especially because you can go ahead and you can literally get your entire college paid for, depending on what game you play. If you're good enough at League, oh, all day. Give me 1 second, guys. Your headset?
Yeah.
You want to hop on?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Okay.
I was actually going to ask you.
Yeah, go ahead and grab your head. We're going to be getting some more streaming help today. It's actually going to be pretty nice because this stuff can get pretty exhausting pretty fast if I don't have a co-caster on here. He's going to run over, grab his mic, and he'll be right back here. But yeah, the collegiate esports is got a league up on the high school. But I'm really hoping to see more work with the high schools. I know High School Star League is doing some of the work, things like that. There should be one up there on the stage if you want to get a wheelie chair. But the High School Star League, check that out too. If you are in high school and looking to make some money for scholarships and things like that, it's a pretty good way if you're half decent. And even if you're not, it's a lot of fun to play. I'm a huge proponent of esports, and I think things will be really exploding over the next few years. Go ahead and get him set up. I'm going to be muting the mic for a second.
Hop into one of my Discords.
Check, check, check. Check. Okay, I got some music going back on my end of things. Gonna be a little bit of time before we can figure out exactly what we're needing to do on here. So bear with us. Okay, it looks like we're now having a little bit of overlay. Hopefully it's not too echoey.
Out of my speakers and my headset. So if I want to turn my speakers off, I'll just hear the audio out of my headset. So I'll select Logitech G930 headset. Then go to the Advanced tab and uncheck Allow applications to take exclusive control of this device. That'll prevent programs like Skype from messing with your audio levels and making your audio just sound terrible.
Give us 1 second, guys. We're still trying to figure out things. Trying to get 2 audio settings set up. I've done it before, but I can't remember how to do it. Okay, so while we got time, I'm going to be looking at these teams. So it looks like we've got a Jarvan top, Lee Sin jungle, Ziggs mid, Lucian, and Nami bot lane. Looking like a fairly solid team between the two. But let's go ahead and get in here. Let's try to give you an audio check. Let us know how we're doing here to make sure we're not having too much feedback between the two. Want to say some stuff?
Yo, I'm Rick James. Thanks for having me, man. Really excited to be here.
Okay, I think probably we might be fine between one mic. Can you guys hear Rick James? Go ahead and talk.
Yo, what's up, guys?
So we're gonna have a little bit of stream delay, but we're gonna get things going here right now. What are you thinking, Rick?
On these team comps, man?
Yeah.
So, I think mid lane's running TP, so that's really interesting.
It's gonna be a lot of Ziggs plays around the board. I'm like
with exhaust, I like that.
Yeah, I'm liking the Vi though too. The Vi's gonna be a very powerful pick, especially right now with how strong. What is it? The shield. Whenever you get a stun. We got a Maokai top.
into J4.
Yeah,
That should be interesting. I think J4 has that matchup just based on early damage. Like he'll be able to poke down the Maokai.
definitely. It's going to be a rougher go for a bit, but you have to think about the amount of sustain that Maokai has in lane, especially with. I wonder with the spamming of abilities because J4 throws a flag that gives him one charge, Qs to it, gets another charge, pops a shield, gets another charge. Um, so that does help Maokai out a lot, but once again, the overall damage output from Maokai, I wonder if he's going to be going to tank Maokai or a full AP damage Maokai, since they did nerf the damage on his saplings just recently.
Yeah, because they don't do damage when they land anymore,
Mhm.
which is considerable. You know,
That's a huge chunk of it too, especially how difficulty J4 not too particularly like hard to get away from anything. But still, that's going to be a good throughput of it for damage wise.
I think a lot of what it's going to come down to is jungle presence early on in this game. Like Lee Sin definitely has the capability to gank early.
Yeah.
And bot lane is Nami, Lucian, and Varus Morgana. Man, that's going to be a rough one.
And it's all going to depend on how good that Morgana is with her black shields to eat bubbles and things like that, or if Varus is not a scrub and doesn't get hit by a whole bunch of bubbles. But
and he can land his Q.
Exactly, and especially with the lethality builds currently, that's a really strong option for Varus to go, and he can end up in the late game pretty much just chunking out any ADC, any bruiser, things like that with just one single Q. If he gets that far into game, though, that's being said. Moverability, definitely the side of Lucian and Nami, just hands down, are going to be able to just outmove them, especially with the Nami passive that increases the movement speed and just Lucian's just general ability to move.
I think that I got to go ahead and give it like the tank. You know, we there's not a lot of tank coming out from this team because I'm almost pretty sure that Ken Guild on J4 is gonna go really bruiser tank, so a lot of damage, health items, and Lee Sin's probably gonna not go like full tank. You know, he puts out a lot of damage too. So red team definitely has a tank advantage, I would say. And they have like more poke out of team fight. Like if you got 5 and 5 in mid, like, and they're looking to engage on a team fight, like red team definitely has more poke down before an engage. Blue team's more of like an all in kind of.
Yeah, true. But see, that's also the thing. Ziggs has fairly good poke. So does Varus. But honestly, you're right. Between the two saplings, alts from Corki, Qs from Varus, and then Qs from Morgana. Anyone's getting locked down in that, they're losing at least 3/4 of their health.
I can't wait to see the Corki package. So I just started playing Corki like a week and a half ago, and the package, the special delivery, is one of the coolest abilities in the game, man. And like see it utilized by higher tier players because I'm only like bronze, I play bronze silver.
Yeah.
So like seeing it utilized by better players is going to be exciting.
Give me 1 second to finish setting up stuff on stream. I think there we are. We're looking good on that. Let me get the scoreboard up.
Look at all those beautiful skins.
Skins wins. Skins win games. Remember that.
Probably not going to see it invade.
Probably not. Give me a second. I'm messing with my hotkeys. I've been having issues with it. It's not setting up right. Show scoreboard. Let's go ahead and set that to Z. There we go. Now we're being able to see it. But yeah, Skins wins games. Go Team Skins. But yeah, I think it's gonna be, since this is the first game of the day, it's just gonna be about feeling each other out and seeing what are they gonna try the invade? Are they gonna be bold? But I think they're just gonna play it safe and no invades are gonna come through.
So one thing I noticed, like, because I was actually I was supposed to play in this game, but the team picked up their 5th and were like, "Yo, do you mind if he plays instead of you?" And I was like, "Sure, why not, man?" You know, because I didn't want to be that
guy
mean-
that was like, what the hell?
Yeah, exactly. Like, let me play, and then I have no like team chemistry, you know, with people that hate me. But they were definitely like underestimating this blue team, Yams and Kevin's team.
Really?
Yeah, they were like, no, I think we can beat them. They're probably not that good, you know. And I was like, I've known these guys for like a year and a half, guys. Like they were actually a very, very well polished players. Yeah.
I thought Death by Snoo Snoo was a pickup. Is it not?
Yeah, they're a pickup, but they've played together. Like all the guys on the team have played
Okay.
together at some point, you know.
And between the level disparities, it's quite high, honestly. But once again, we'll see. That's a good leash, solid leash on both sides coming through. Not getting a little bit unhealthy on that one, but he is saving. I believe he's saving the smite for something later. Just 1 second. Hey Nick, what's up? Yeah. So going ahead and just doing some farming in the bot lane. Gonna be just trading back some minions right now. Nothing too crazy. No one getting kicked out. I'm fairly certain. Like I said, I think they're just gonna be respecting each other and feeling out what they can and can't do.
Wait till a mistake is made and then try and capitalize on it.
Exactly, and they're just kind of flipping between the minions up top lane. No solid or no too much poke going through on the mid lanes. A little bit of damage coming through, missing the Q, not too much to follow up, and everything's staying pretty even. Vi is a little bit ahead in the jungle, a little bit of rotation, stayed a bit healthier too, I believe. And she is going to be trying to come in for that first gank right now. Charging up the fist, going to see if anything's going to connect. Does throw down the minefield, and there's a ton of damage coming in on him, but not going to be able to really execute anything out. Nothing really burnt too big on that. Just kind of
Ziggs flash.
Yeah, Ziggs flash out of that.
Yeah.
So that is going to help. But Ziggs does have the charge satchel, so that's going to be some solid damage coming in through the Maokai.
Yeah,
that
that's
might
wild.
That might be a dead. Oh nope, gonna have to back it off. Just wanted to make sure not to get knocked up underneath that tower and ended up giving up first blood.
Not expecting that.
Between which ones? The Maokai?
The Maokai and the J4.
Yeah, Maokai has quite a bit of damage potential. It's one of those things you just don't realize because of how tanky he is, though, too. Oh, landing
the
Q,
bubble!
but
Oh my
going
God!
and that
Oh,
might
the
be a
heal!
dead- Ooh, are they going to be able to finish it off?
Oh
Morgana
my
going to possibly
goodness.
do the flash? No.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, just it's a wet noodle fight. Is landing the Q again. Varus, coming
Lucian
through
trying
again.
to go in. Oh my
Oh,
God!
it's a
He's gonna get him.
crossover.
Yes, he does.
And that might be a double kill coming through. Nope. Gonna just go ahead and back off there, lick the wounds, and not die today.
First blood to Lucian. What an amazing play by the bot lane there to
That
get
was
that kill.
It was just too much staying around. Just no matter what.
Lee Sin Vi in bot lane.
Oh, it's gonna come down. Just not really seeing too much there. It is doing a little bit of trading in the jungle, but honestly, the Lee Sin is gonna be winning that trade hands down. Morgana is not too healthy on that, so she's not gonna be able to do very much. I think I forgot to turn up the game music, so that could probably be a little bit of a problem. Gotta let me know these kind of things, guys. Forgot because I was watching a video trying to figure out how to get some audio going through. Black and gold, we got some hype for both teams. Go ahead and tweet at us at KCgameon and between who you want to win this game, either Death by Snoo Snoo or Black and Gold. Or yeah, Black and Gold. Gonna go ahead and do some solid damage,
Good
using the
satchel.
charge satchel to get out. These teams are Team Black and Gold, which is red side, and then we have Team Death by Snoo Snoo on the blue side. Snoo Snoo is a pickup group, but they have been playing together. They are fairly familiar with it. Gonna go ahead and TP back at it.
So one thing I just want to comment on right now is Maokai might be winning these trades early on in the top lane, but look at the CS difference that we see coming, out of like the top lane and the bot lane for the blue team. J4 up 17 CS and Lucian up 14 CS. So gold is definitely going to be a factor. I think what's going to happen is the red team's going to be able to keep up for a while, but that gold lead, because they don't stop farming. If they continue to farm as well as they are, then it's going to lead to an item advantage. more
Definitely,
damage.
and that's going to be something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as the game progresses. And that's kind of the one thing that you realize as you start getting into higher ELOs is farming is really the most important. I think it's, what is it? 15 minions is the equivalent of 1 kill. So whether you spend time in lane getting those 15 minions and no kills, it's still the equivalent of just going in whole hog and killing one person. So that's why it's so important to make sure that even though if you're poking, that you have to be getting PS too.
Can't wait for team fights.
Yeah, the team fights are gonna be right now. It's a little bit stagnant. Oh, going to go ahead a little bit deep. Does get the Q directly to the face,
Morgana damage.
missing the bubble, and that comes through. And the heal is going to be able to just keep them up right in there. But honestly, if they re-engage onto that Varus, he doesn't have very much to do after the Q, since that's pretty much his main damage factor. I'm surprised the Lee Sin isn't going to come in and do a gank. He might try to, though. He did stop his B. Oh, going to go ahead and re-engage again. Black Shield was a little bit early on that. You got to be careful with that, especially because just like that, you can get hit with the bubble. Since Black Shield does have such quite a high cooldown at low levels, it's kind of harder to do.
Being called away?
Yep, being called away. Gonna be seeing. Looks like we might have lost my fellow streamer so that he can go play another game. We don't have any game music. Doing some more trading down the mid lane. Missing the Q, missing the bubble, though, too. Taking solid damage back and forth. The Vi did flash in, but that might be a dead Vi. She does have the shield, giving one punch to the face, but going too deep. Eating a full Lucian, and that goes down to Morgana, doing the Cataclysm. TP way too late on that one, Maokai. Going to go ahead and try to pop the ult to soak some more damage, and Jarvan just going to take a few extra turret hits just to say, hey, guess what? We won that.
So let's take a break in the action real quick to let you know that I have been subbed in for another team who lost a player, so I'm going to go actually play now.
Okay. What team are you going to be on? One of them. That's
One
all
of
that
them,
matters.
Yeah. You unplug me, bro?
Yeah.
It was good being here for the short time I was. I'm sure I'll make another appearance later on in the tournament.
Be in later today.
KC game on!
KC hype! You're going to go ahead and do a rotation back onto the dragon. I don't think there's anything really red team's going to be able to do. The Jarvan is fairly low, so the Vi does charge up that Q and slides in there. Does give him good vision. Hits the Q onto the dragon. That is a dead Jarvan. That means they have smite advantage. Winning the smite on that one. Nice getting it. But still taking way too much damage from the Lucian. Lucian eating the Q. Morgana might be able to live off of this. Ooh. And just getting it right on the tail of her dress and dying. Maokai is coming in. Going to be able to hit him with a sapling. Possibly too early on the twisted advance, though. Oh, coming in with a package. Going to be able to pop Ziggs to the face. Hitting him with the bubble. Just keeping him locked up the entire time. Trying to shoot the blind R over the wall, but not really connecting with anything. They are going to go ahead and escape with their lives today. Lee Sin just laying down some of that free damage onto the middle tower. Vi charging up, barely missing her Q. Does get this chilling smite out, and that's a lot of damage coming through. Is going to be able to execute it? Yes, he does. Being able to Valkyrie out of it, just say, hey, guess what? I can go ahead and get some kills too. Mid lane CS is actually staying very solid and very close between the two. No huge disadvantages currently. Bot lane is down about 20 CS. And also top lane is down about 20 CS. And we'll be seeing how that goes. Is he going to be able to Valkyrie out again? That's a lot of damage come through. And being able to finalize the kill out with Jarvan with just an auto. Going to go ahead and drop down the sweeping ward. Going to prevent some of that vision that would be coming through by the side of black and gold. They're just going to keep pressuring on to this
middle tower, hoping to get first tower. That is a huge chunk of gold and giving them a very solid advantage between it. If you look up at the gold right now, you can see that they are almost 6k up already. That is almost 2 items on each side, or on that side. Gonna go ahead and engage with the Q. Maokai is gonna pop up the ult to stop some of the damage coming through, or at least reduce some of it. Gonna go ahead and adjust my mic down a little bit. Seems like I was a little bit loud. Volume's a little bit high. Don't want to be blowing out your guys' ears too much on that one. Go ahead and just punch that ward in the face one more time. Gonna finish clearing that out. Going ahead and taking that advantage top side with the amount of clear that he has. He doesn't have Hydra yet, but he's building up with the Tiamat. Giving him better wave clear against the Maokai. Really helping him to push the wave advantage. While the Varus is struggling bot lane, keeping good pressure on them currently. Looking like this might be a game that Corki might have to carry on. Because right now top lane is losing and so is bot lane. It's a little bit difficult for the way of black and gold, but we'll see how things progress through the game. They did get the middle tower. That was a good influx of gold. Once again, they're still up by about 5k gold right now. Gold totals are quite a thing to watch on this, especially with how that Lucian's coming around. He does have an entirely finished item over the... doing a little bit of taunting there. Just saying, hey guys, don't worry, we got this. Okay, gonna go ahead and sneak around in the bush. But also Jarvan's gonna be sitting there. Gonna be looking for some surprise play right now. Possibly waiting for a rotation top by the Lee Sin. And he's gonna come out. But going ahead and rooting him down. Is connecting with the Q. Chunking him down. Hitting with the Cataclysm. Having to flash to get out of that. Just to not die. Gonna go ahead and teleport back, but once again he's pushed out of lane and he's still down CS, so it's not too particularly good for Maokai. Things are ending up a little bit rough from that beginning. They're gonna go ahead and do a field goal on that arrow between the two. By coming in with a charged up Q, gonna be able to connect, does hit both of them, taking a bit of extra damage, and maybe gonna go ahead and hit the R. Is she gonna be able to finalize out that kill? Nope. Lee Sin with the ultimate up. Going ahead and just dodging out of the way, but not going to be able to finalize out that kill today. He is fairly low, and we do have a Ziggs rotation top. He hits the Q, lands the Q, and does pop the Thunderlords on him, bringing Maokai pretty much all the way down to half already, and just with that poke. Not really getting very much out of it. Lee Sin will just be able to walk into the jungle and regenerate that. Throwing the ultimate, and he's gonna barely survive that one. Take a tower shot for that. These things are just gonna be trying to rotate between the two, keep pressure on it, do some solid damage onto the other towers, and just keep that advantage up there. Just rotate one tower after a tower. Just gonna slowly be breaking down black team on this one. Go ahead and get the Scuddler, and they're gonna start up on Ocean Drake. They have a solid advantage of it. They did get spotted out by the sweeping bush. Gonna be throwing in R's, missing on that. That's a lot of poke. Corki does have package, so he could go ahead and engage on that, but he's not gonna go ahead and use it yet. I don't know what the time's left on it, so he might be needing to use it sooner than later. Gonna head and land on the Q, but Lee Sin's not gonna be taking that ride today. The Q was landed, and he gonna be able to take quite a bit of damage to the face on that one, and he is getting chipped down fast, and that might be, nope. Just saving the package for quite a while. And he just gets hit to the face by that Lee Sin, being able to just knock him out. And sorry, my mistake on that. Corki does not have package. I thought he did. They're going to go ahead and just start on that. Got some black shields. They didn't get hit by the satchel, but it seems like blue team is going to be going deep on there. They do have the advantage for team numbers-wise and also health-wise. Red side will be pulling back a little bit to try to figure out what they can do to wiggle their way back into this team, or into this game. Right now, as it stands, they have about a 6K lead gold-wise over red team, blue side. Charging up the fist, gonna go ahead and punch a minion, but needs to be clearing that out ASAP so that they don't end up losing more health on that tower than they really need to. Just gonna go ahead and clear out the new Krugs. Clearing up the wave's top. That advantage still actually less than before. Maokai is starting to get some more farm on him. Corki does have the advantage slightly in the mid lane, but overall the Varus is way down on CS compared to the Lucian, not Lucio. Going ahead and do some engage, hit with the flag and drag, getting cataclysmed on, holding on to the ultimate to be able to soak some of the damage, but that's probably going to be a dead Maokai. Finalizing out the kill with just one little auto on the back, and that's a dead tree. A little bit of back and forth trading in the bot lane. Still, Varus has yet to be able to finish up an item, not being able to charge up that lethality, but we do have the Ziggs rotating. Lucian is dipping in, dipping out, being able to pop up some of the free damage on that. They are going to take the tower, but then that might be a caught Morgana getting hit in the face with a Lucian ult, eating pretty much the full thing. Gonna head and land the Q, going in, punch back, and it's a little gonna be a tight one between these two. Flashing into the ult though, accidentally, trying to get it over the wall, but just ended up knocking her into the Ziggs. Sorry to see that. Gonna go ahead and Valkyrie out, doing quite a ton of damage as Corki is, but taking 2 free tower shots off of that, just going a little bit too deep. Trying to clear off this wave as much as they can to be able to save their tower, and that's gonna be a dead Varus. Just getting comboed onto that from Satchel into Bubble into just a Ziggs Q. A little bit of the BM on that one. Throwing the saplings to be able to try to clear things. They did just get top tower, and they're slowly making their rotations through it. We're going to see if they're going to try to push in to be able to finish up that. And that Corki just getting locked up 10 times to Sunday. They are engaging hard on to the other team, and that Nami might be dead, but still, ooh, getting her just barely with that E from Corki. Once again, she eats the death for the rest of her team. They were busy sitting there messing around with the fish while the rest of the team could escape. Gonna go ahead and throw down the standard so he can have a little bit of a way out possibly and get a little bit of extra attack speed. Lucian running down to lane. Looks like they're just kind of struggling trying to move his 5, missing the Q. She does land the Q over, and the package does not put him into the Baron pit. They do have reinforcements though coming up. Corki gonna be able to see them. Just barely missing some of the Qs on that, and whoa, that was a big chunk onto Ziggs. Once again, those Corki Rs are just doing work and landing, hitting a 4-person ult into the Cataclysm. landing it on Corki, being able to go in. Is he going to be able to do this? Ooh, baby. So close. Nope, but still, that was a solid play for him to be able to make up onto the team. The losses that his team had. The Lee Sin had died just before, and so did the Ziggs, I believe, to the Maokai. But still, maybe a little bit too risky on that. But honestly, they're playing from ahead. They need to be careful not to throw. Don't get too cocky, because sometimes whenever you just end up getting ace, team can walk into your base and just take it. Rip the dream. The dream's not dead yet. Still there, still rocking. He's going to go ahead and be setting up for the next dragon, which will be coming up fairly soon. Vi's going to go ahead and queue over the wall to get out of there, and they're going to be taking the toad. Big's going to go ahead and clear out one of the sweeping wards. Be completely safe on that one. Team's there to back him up. Going ahead and throw the sweeper. Try to pull out those wards. Throwing the bubble, barely missing on the Morgana. Doing a rotation, jumping over with the Ziggs plant, pretty much. Gonna go ahead and take an easy, uncontested dragon on that. They do have 2 oceans. That means that's gonna really counter out a lot of the poke that they had against them, since they're getting such solid regeneration. Missing the bubble by quite a bit. Var's fairly safe on that one. Once again, it looks like they're just about to siege up on this bottom tower, and probably going to take it in the next wave. Or he's just going to throw the Ziggs pack and just blow it up. But I think they're just going to keep rotating this in. Jarvan going to go ahead and stay in between just in case they do try to initiate onto Lee Sin. Lee Sin taking quite a bit of damage from the Corki. Landing a bubble onto him, missing the Q though, and vice versa. Kicking it back. A little bit of miscommunication on that one. That might be a dead... Ooh, but also into the Cataclysm. That's just... That J4 is bringing the damn diddly damage. Re-engaging with a Q, flag and drag, hitting the Morgana, and bam, getting hit directly in the blast zone with the Ziggs, finishing up, re-engaging onto it. That's quite a bit of damage, but do they have enough to be able to finish it off? It does not look like it. Gonna throw those Qs, gonna hit a... ending up in the bubble, and that might be a dead Vi. That is a dead Vi. Lucian is dancing, and then just right behind, is getting locked up right behind the tower with the Q. Gonna be able to shut down J4, but honestly, that just leaves Morgana up to defend by herself. Zig's gonna do some solid damage on that middle turret. Gonna go ahead and back up now that he doesn't have the minion wave. Destroy the ward. Oh, and he does get hit by the package, and that might be dead Ziggs. That is a dead Ziggs, but Corki is still out for blood. Valkyrie into the bubble, though. I'm gonna keep landing consistent Qs. Hitting the R right onto the... That Corki is bringing damage, and he does end up killing the fish, and ends up knocking out Lee Sin also. For a good turnaround. A 3 for none on that. They are not respecting the Corki's amount of damage that he is going through. Corki is doing well, doing well. And this might be first tower for them. Flag and Drag's not going to lock up anyone, but that is an almost dead tower. Good for you, Derek. Good for you. I have the same issue. Just some talcum powder helps with that. Keeps things dry. Next KCgameon talcum powder sponsorships. Just kidding. Gonna go ahead and clear out Scuddler Crab in the area. Apparently we have D.Va walking around the convention now too. Just saw a D.Va from Overwatch. Looks like they're gonna be prepping up for some Baron. Maybe gonna be doing some bush play. Gonna have the Valkyrie out to avoid some of the damage. Looks like they're just gonna come back in, slide in, clear out the wave. Lucian is popping the Ghost Blade, getting a lot of damage onto him, but getting a re-engage on there, locking him up with the Q. That might be a dead fish, but yep, gonna go ahead and finalize out that kill. And the Lucian almost died. They are getting a bit cocky on this one. That was a good catch out by Varus with the ultimate locking down the Nami. If they would have stayed around, that would have been a few more kills for the side of red. But they were able to disengage with the Lee Sin dragon kick, knock people back. And take some free tower damage on that. A little bit too much. Throwing the Q. Not going to really connect with very much. They are chipping down this tower. Jarvan. And it does have a re-engage coming through. Does connect the Q. Doing quite a bit of damage to the Morgana. But also being able to lay some of that backline damage. It's going to be a wet noodle fight in the top lane. But honestly, that tree's getting chopped down real quick. Ooh, so much damage. Oh, barely going to be able to run away from that Q. And finalizing out the kill on both the Vi and the Maokai. So that should be a fairly easy Baron for them if they decide to go that route. And the Q on it. Gonna go ahead and smite it, and they get the Baron over. Nothing too big there. Just did a little bit of poke over the wall from Corki, but not gonna stop them from being able to take that today. And be back with that empowered Baron recall. I think they're gonna probably get back to just sieging up on this. But see, that's the difficulty of the damage with Corki, since it's more or less a hybrid damage. There's no real way to build specifically for one or the other in one item, since any of the hybrid items that give you both MR and armor don't particularly have too much of either. But once again, that's kind of why the amount of damage is. I believe they're leaning more towards... Like J4 has quite a bit of armor and the magic resistance. More magic resistance. He does have the Thirster to be able to soak a little bit more extra just in case he does get that burst from the Corki. Corki does have package, I believe, so we'll be seeing what he might be doing with that. Lee Sin is rotating in, having to use the package to get out. You hate to see that. Maybe should have done a little bit more engage. The Vi is off in the jungle farming. Probably should be back in. Sliding in, not really getting anything. Not getting punished for that. Barely missing the Q on it. Landing a Q on it from the Lee Sin. Not going to take that ride today. Going to be sitting behind there. Just barely field goaling it. Taking a huge chunk behind that. And the Nami does land the R onto there. But that's going to pretty much knock him out of the fight. Popping the shields, and no one's going to be dying off of that yet. Nami being a little bit too bold on that, taking way too much face damage, flashing over it, dodging the Vi Q, getting in there, killing the Corki, getting knocked back up, sliding over the wall to try to finalize out that kill for Vi. And that's going to be mid tower, and that's probably going to be inhibitor. And down goes the Morgana too, just faster than I could even realize that. They might be just trying to end off of this. Since they do have the Ocean's Drake, their regeneration is very beef. So honestly, it's helping out with quite a bit of this poke that's coming through. missing the Q, but still going to be able to finalize out the kill on Varus. That's going to possibly be this game for today. Good job to the team of Death by Snoo for taking the first game here at KCgameon. We'll be moving into the second game. I'm just happy to see about that one. Load out. And we'll take a look real quick about the damage totals and the like. So we're looking at some quite a big disparity between the two gold-wise in every single lane. The only one that was really keeping up his pace was the Corki. But some of the plays with Corki was a little bit too brash, a little bit too bold. 1 second. My new league client not showing up. So probably it would be fairly easy for you guys to actually see what I'm talking about whenever I have this up. But between these, you can see where things got a little bit more hairy for the black side, or for black team. Really staying solid. The Corki was pretty much the star team, or star player on the side of Team 2 or Black and Gold. Black and Gold will be moving down to the losers bracket. They still have a chance to make it all the way up to the top, but things will be continuing on the other side of the bracket. Let me go ahead and do some digging around and figuring out where our next game is. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and pump some tunes and get that AFK overlay going. We will be right back, guys. Yeah, so the noise in the background of the stream is actually the League of Legends client. So I'm actually back for real this time. And we'll be getting into our second round. I'm going to go ahead and link the bracket just in case anyone's curious to see how things are going. It's right there. So we are on to our second round of League of Legends tournament. So we will be watching Team KC versus Royal KC. It's going to be a real nail biter on this one. These are two teams that have played against each other quite often. They know each other pretty well. And if I could get some KC hype in the chat, please. And while we have a second, let's go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors today, IBM. They're always here for us. They're always giving us money to be able to feed everyone that comes out to these events. OCZ, they make solid state drives, great drives. Check them out. Ozio, they do peripherals. They have a really cool one out there right now. It's like a what is it, like a classical typewriter kind of keyboard. Steel Series, great headsets, great mice, speakers, things like that. Give them a check out too. And some of our local sponsors here is the Collector's Cache, Novastar Gaming, Up Down Game Bar. Each one of them are great. They're always in the news. KC Hype boys and girls. Really throwing it out there. And huge shout out to our local sponsors. Once again, we wouldn't be able to do these things without them. One thing is a huge shout out to Novastar Gaming today. They are letting people rent out computers so that you didn't have to haul your rig all the way across town. If you would be so kind, please hop on Facebook, go give them a like, give them a share, and thank them for everything that they've done for us today. We'll be running into our next game soon. We're just going ahead and setting up the lobby real quick. Seems like we're still trying to figure out a few things. I think we're just trying to get everyone to fight into the room. We had a bit of an issue before with being able to actually get people in and get me in to be able to spectate. But if you're not down here right now, you guys should really try to make it out to one of the KC Game On events. It's a lot of different activities, not ranging just only specifically for League of Legends. We've got Overwatch, we've got Hearthstone, we've got CSGO. We have a whole bunch of different things that you guys can do out here. And not even only PC. We also have console gaming with Max Out, fighting games. We also have board games, all kinds of things. We have good charities. Like today's charity is Gamers... One second. Let me go ahead and figure out exactly the name of our charity today. KC Game On. We're going to be sponsoring and working with Play to Beat Brain Cancer today because make gray matter. Get it? Brain jokes. Oops. But yeah, and they're out here just raising some money to be able to donate. Great cause, great opportunity. If anything, go ahead and check them out also out on Facebook or just on the web. Donate to them. Selling out some of the Pokemon things. They're really cool. We got a few cosplayers walking around, and we just got some people just enjoying the games. We're out here at Cerner. First time I've been out here. Pretty nice place. Really relaxed. I can be in my own little office thing. Makes me feel like a real adult. One of these days, I hope I get my own. But we'll go ahead, and it looks like we're almost to the point that we're ready to load in. Let's go ahead and get this music coming down. So let me pull up the gaming screen. Let me mess with the hotkey also. Oh, AFK. My AFK is number 2. Okay. We're almost there. Let's give a shout out for our KC boys. These are both 2 local teams. Royal Club will be Team 2 or Red Side, and then Team 1 will be KC or League KC. Once again, they're fairly big in the area, known kind of the hometown heroes. Did a few interviews the last KC game on with their sponsor or their CEO, I believe is what he was. Once again, hype out there. We can see KC Lee. Go give them a follow on Twitch. Check out what they're practicing with. Kind of interesting, especially in the Midwest. They're trying to get their own team going. Do some more of the professional esports, things like that. Showing up to more larger tournaments just like this. Really getting involved and trying to get as many people involved into esports as they possibly can. So if that's something you're passionate about, go ahead and stop in, check it out. And if you like League of Legends, it's right there for you. I know they do monthly meetups, I believe. I think they got another one coming up next month. You can usually read all about it on Facebook. Seems like we're still having a bit of an issue with getting our 10th person in. I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit more music in the background. So let me know, how are you guys doing today? When is Pugging going to play? Pug should be up soon. They will be the next round that I will watch. We're trying to figure out where they're at. Have they been playing? We had a little bit of an issue trying to figure out where Crimson KC is. But they will get a game, and we will go ahead and watch them going through. Right now in the losers bracket, we had the undefeated losers and BGGT2. Still waiting for this next round of losers bracket to finish, or this next round before we can keep going with the losers bracket. Trying to figure out what things are going on. Things have been a little bit of a little bit disheveled here today. We had some things come up. We're running a lot smoother than I thought we would be doing, and I'm very happy about that. Should be looking like things are going nice and smooth. Here at Cerner, we're a little bit divided up, so we have a few different floors going on, a few different rooms going on. So sometimes a little bit of communication can be difficult. But honestly, the guys here at KCgameon are handling it beautifully. And once again, we don't take the time, but thank you, Cerner, for letting us be here. Don't know how many people usually try to make it out here, or has anyone in the stream actually been out to the KCgameons before? Definitely check me out on Twitter at zlopez911. Throwing that out there. I saw that or League of Legends Kansas City has tweeted at me out there. I'll be tweeting out the next game, which will be for them, as you guys know. Let me see what's going on. Okay, so we just had to do some computer restarts. He's logging in now, so we'll be loading in ASAP. Oh. At least we got some tasty jams going on right now. Right there with you guys. Eager for some more League of Legends action. Okay, there we go. I believe that's who we were waiting on last. Just doing some reorganization before we started. It looks like we got Captain Jack Sparrow top lane. He is the captain. I've talked to him a few times. He's usually in pretty good shot calling, leading on there. We have a fairly consistent team on the side of KC. They are ranging in the platinums. I believe that they were diamond last season. Season had just started, so they'll be climbing, scratching and biting, things like that. Gonna go ahead and get things organized here, which Team 2 does have a bit of more of a range between the Silver 2 to the Diamond 5. Once again, I think it's going to really come down to the teamwork between the two teams. So I know that they both practice a lot between each other. Okay, Jax just told me that we were going to be able to start this. They say that they're starry, but guys, come on, let's go ahead and show them some love. That KC hype going on. Go ahead and pump down this music. Poppy band coming out. Not wanting to have to do with that. Last tournament, they did play a lot of Poppy. Gonna see probably a lot more targeted bans whenever it comes to this one than what we had saw in the last game. Maokai gonna go away from this game today. There goes Camille. Kind of worried about it. I remember hearing them talk about this before we even got into the tournament. Some people were afraid of Captain on that Maokai. So they just kind of decided to take it away. Camille, fairly strong even after the nerf. She's just a very high skilled champion, so if anyone knows how to play her well, they can definitely do well. There goes Irvine. Ivern, that's it. Sorry. Still fairly confused with his name. But he has good jungle clear. Ivern is such a good champion whenever you have a team that knows how to play with him. You can make a lot of picks, a lot of plays with it. Malzahar is going to go away to good CC, good control, consistent damage too. I believe that he's been played a lot in the which they're playing right now. We have Ash is going away, and who we have playing right now is going to be the Team KC versus Royal KC is the two that are playing. So we got two of the Kansas City teams playing each other right now. For you there, Zed is dead. Gonna go ahead and lock in the Nautilus pick. A lot of tank on that. Once again, another Varus coming through. Oriana coming through for the side of Royal. Once again, thank you for that share of that link for me. Go ahead and do a few more picks. Nothing being browsed over yet. wondering what we're going to see here. The Varus is going to hopefully shows up a little bit more in this game. I know that Varus can get to be pretty disgusting later on after he has a few of those lethality builds. Just throwing a Q and chunking down people. Be trying to push out this one for as long as they can, apparently. The only downside of KCgameon is I end up drinking a lot of pop. Okay, locked in the Corky and then locked in the Rango Star. A little bit more of that lethality coming through. And we're going to see if he can get into that back line and poach off the Varus before he even becomes a problem. Vi coming in, locked in on that one. We had saw her last game. She did have quite a bit of damage. Rumble being hovered over. Don't know if they are thinking that or possibly the Yasuo or the Kled. Kled does do a huge chunk of damage on there, but once again, he's quite a bit of more of a skilled champion than necessarily walk up to somebody and just look at them funny. Oh, you're gonna go with the Gnar pick. Gnar does bring in solid damage and also does have quite a bit of tank to them. Once again, you can kind of counter that as long as you know how to play the bar. The old Gnar bar. But I'm really liking the Vi for the amount of like dive that she has. But once again, we'll see if Vi's going to get a dive buddy with that last pick coming through. So I think that Varus is probably going to be in the bot lane. Orianna's going to be mid. Janna going to go ahead and pop in. And a Jhin. First Jhin of the day. Once again, Jhin does such good damage. He hurts so freaking bad. But once again, if you're not good with Jhin, he's quite an easy target. Especially balancing between your 4 shots, your crit shot, knowing where to R, how to R, when to R, whether to poke it or just try to finalize out kills with it. So that is going to get locked in. We're looking at quite a high damage team coming in on the side of League KC. Wondering what that last pick from Desperate Bear is going to come out for. I'm still kind of wondering what Royal's exact idea that they're wanting to do. Possibly just bounce the ball in the background, try to chunk out people with Varus, and then have Vi and Gnar dive together and do the dive buddies and try to finalize out some kills. Zarya. No, sorry. Zyra. Sorry. Too much Overwatch. And they're going to go ahead and lock that in. The Zyra is going to be the support, Orianna mid, Vi jungle, and Gnar top, Varus bot for the side of Royal. And then we have Corky as mid lane, Rengar as jungle, Jhin as ADC, Janna as support, and Nautilus as top laner. Should be some interesting fights on this. We're going to go ahead and see. Hopefully things get picking up pretty fast on this. I'm going to go ahead and play some music while we wait for that 3-minute delay to get over, and we will be right back. And we are going to be back. We are about to start loading in today of game 2. And as my computer does something weird for some reason. It doesn't like to show the actual load-in screens. Don't really know why, but it's been having issues with that all day. So just an FYI. I understand. Oh, there it goes. Finally. Oh, no. Dang it. I was hoping we were going to have a full skins game, but looks like Captain Jacks has ruined that for us. Let's go Riverside. Riverside Hype. Or which one's Riverside? What is going on? 1 second. My computer is being dumb. Go ahead and try to reload this. Having a bit of issue with the client. Okay, there we go. See if we can actually get connected again. Okay, it looks like we had a pause at the beginning, so that was the issue. What is going on with my... There we go. Just as we right-loaded and they had a pause, so kind of messed with my stuff. We're looking at some basic outloads. Gonna go ahead and get the burning potion onto Corky just to be able to do some more damage. We might see some cheeky plays though too. Kind of hyped for that. There we go. Give it a second to snap back. Oh, we're not having any type of server issues today. That would be the last thing we need. Jonna is going to go ahead and start shield. Team KC does have a fairly strong level 1. But it looks like they will be hiding in the bush to see if they can go ahead and pick anyone out. See how long they're going to be waiting around for this one. Royal does look like they're going to go ahead and just do the wall. Try to make sure that no one comes in. But then they also did have a Zyra back because she forgot to buy items. So that could lead to some issues for the side of Royal once they try to invade onto that in a little bit. We'll go ahead and see. Nautilus is going to go ahead and go into the jungle. They're rotating in now. Going to be trying on to that to try to steal the blue away from him. Doing a little bit of damage over it. He does get rooted, but it doesn't seem like that. It's going to be a smite fight on this one. That Rengar is taking quite a bit of damage, and honestly, nope. He's going to go ahead and go over to the Vi. So he's pretty much just like, thanks for the leash, guys. It's not too awfully good of a start for the side of KC, or League KC. Nard's going to be just doing a little bit of that harass in the back line. Being able to outrange the Nautilus quite a bit. Do a little bit of damage on that mid lane. Gnar does have Gnar Bark, going to be able to land the boomerang onto him. do some more damage on it. Is he going to be able to engage? I'm not going to go ahead and try to push that onto anything. Does hit him with the bouncing grenade, does quite a bit of damage, does get rooted, and does take a Q to the face. Nautilus is going to be fighting this one out. Does have the Grasp of the Undying, so winning that trade overall, be able to make some health back on it. Gnar is getting hit by that Riptide, taking a lot of extra damage that's unnecessary. Being able to get hit with the Q. Reloading. Oh, getting knocked up. That might be a dead Zarya. Or Zyra. Sorry. I used to call it the other way around. Anytime I played Overwatch, I was like, oh, this is Zyra, not Zarya. But just give me a second. And he did flash. Not going to be able to finalize out that kill. Ooh. That tornado just saving Jin's life. They're playing very aggressive this game. He is down flash. That could lead to some early ganks if that is pressured by the Vi. Barely missing the Q on that. Bouncing grenade, hitting even harder. Go ahead and whack him with the ball. Do some more solid damage behind. Does get rooted up. Does get the shield on him to stop the Q damage. Taking a bit of poke. And that might be a dead Jin. Taking quite a bit of damage. But nope. Not going to be able to finalize out that one. Nautilus doing a little bit of back and forth. Rengar just taking the blue. Almost dying to the blue. Trying to stay a little bit healthier on that. Not being able to make any ganks yet. We haven't seen any pressure yet. But the Gnar is up. So that could lead to having maybe a gank later. But Gnar is pretty slippery whenever he's in the little form. Just has to go ahead and bounce off your head and get back to it. Jax is back in there, taking some damage onto the Orianna, bringing her almost down to half health. And clearing those waves up well. Overall CS between the two. Let me go ahead and reorganize this real quick. Got mid laners over here, ADCs at the top. Support. Oh wait, I got it backwards. There we go. That's looking better. Staying fairly consistent between the mid lanes, nothing too crazy going on. No real huge CS leads or disadvantages. Having a little bit of issues with the client today. Getting some of those lockups. Oh, Vi gonna go ahead. That is a lot of lockup onto it. Does get hit with the tornado, stopping that progress. Having to flash so she doesn't get locked down. And take a lot of free damage that she doesn't need. Taking a little bit of damage on there, nothing too ridiculous. Is going to get the Thunderlord's proc onto him. Still just a lot of the regen between the two. Taking quite a bit of damage between it. Clearing out that. Missing the Q, does not connect. Not going to be going in on that. Vi clearing out the Sweeping Ward. Going to jump over the Dragon Pit. Does end up punching the dragon, so it doesn't activate it. But going to be trying to walk by it. Going to give her the ball. Try to speed her up. Try to get her out. She is able to get out, but that is quite a few for the side of KC League over there, so you do not want any of that, definitely. Oh, does land the Q, trying to jump out of it, but that's a lot of damage. But he is about to go Mega. Turn it around, hits the ult, doesn't go ahead and stun him against the wall and land the stun. But still, throwing the Q, does not get to actually hit him. Gonna go ahead and letting the depth charge and finish him off with a Q and a life steal charge. Gonna come up with first blood on that. Good trade between the two. Honestly, a very close fight, and it could have went either way. Hashtag calculated. Give me 1 second for this to reload out here. Taking a slight advantage at the time. But honestly, things are very close between the two. No real huge CS discrepancies between the two, or between the teams. Gonna keep clearing up that jungle. Gnar right back at it, trying to lay some more solid damage onto the Nautilus. Try to catch back up into lane. Fine, not gonna be able to finish off that ward. Rengar hasn't done too particularly anything crazy yet, but still, game is early. He doesn't have his ult yet, I believe. So, oh, just got it. Now he's going to start firing those rockets to be able to. Does get landed with the stun. Not very much going to come up from it. But Nard's going to have to be careful because he is going to be going tiny soon. Oop, barely missing on him. Gonna hop out of that way. Doing quite a bit of damage of it. Landing that bolo. A lot of damage and barely missing the shockwave. But that might be a dead Corki in riposte of that. And he does pop the ultimate, but is he gonna be able to finish anything off of it? Ooh, quite a bit of damage. He does have the scent of Varus, but not gonna be able to finish off anything of those. And Royal KC is going to be able to get out with their lives and come up a kill. Vi did get in there, stole his blue. A little bit of the back and forth up here top. Did hit him with the Q. He's starting to get a bit of that chunks of damage. And he is going to use the curtain call. Try to finish off the Zyra, but not really going to come up from anything with that. Getting chunked down, but nothing too. Go finish off the ward in time. Getting locked up and taking quite a bit of damage from the plants, though. Jin's just taking quite a bit of that free damage, not being able to return very much of it. Bouncy Bullet does end up landing on Varus, does quite a bit of damage, not being able to hit with the Q. Zarya is fairly low too, tanking too much minion damage. Janna stayed fairly healthy. Gonna go ahead and clear out some ward. Gonna go ahead and throw the shield up, not taking too much to that. Stop the Gnar passive from really stacking too high. Gnar's gonna go ahead and pop the Gnar bar. Nothing's gonna really come out of this. Just not us being able to push some solid waves in faster than the Gnar can clear them out. So the Rengar ult. Which way is he going? Having to cancel his ult just because he got swatted out by that red ward. Jhin and Janna making their way back bottom. take up that ult and almost killing the Janna, but did get a teleport in the behind. Gnar is answering with a teleport to the back. That is a dead Zarya, but honestly, he should have probably just canceled it out instead of having to take more free damage. But we do have the Orion in the back line and the Vi in the back line coming in, trying to finish it up. And it's going to go ahead and finish off the Rengar, but there is turning around. The Jin's going to go ahead and just boop him with the dancing grenade, killing out the Gnar, leading up to just a sliver of health left for the Varus. Not too much they can do on that, and that's going to be first tower for the side of League KC. Solid rotation on the bot lane there. Gonna go ahead and turn that from a tower to a tower and a dragon. Ocean Drake's gonna help with that poke out. Really keep him in lane, especially against the Varus. It's gonna be nice. Gonna go ahead and pick up the package on that, so Corgi will be carrying that around, possibly for the next team fight. Vi's gonna charge over, clean up some of the jungle. Going ahead and throwing the package on it. That's a lot of damage. She tried to flash over that wall, but not nearly enough. Going ahead and save the flash because she knew she was already dead on that. You had to be careful with that package, definitely, against the Corgi. Doing some trading under tower. Honey Badger don't care. And that's going to be a dead Gnar right there. 4 rotation to the top. Good communications on that. Didn't really expect that to be happening. So caught Gnar off guard, and it looks like they're going to be trying to just push top tower. Keep a good consistent rotation from one to the next, and so on. Just gonna go ahead and eat those landmines. Nothing too crazy on those. More wave clearing. Gnar's gonna change. Clearing out some wards. Denying a little bit of vision. Or getting some vision back. Going ahead and locking down that Vi, having to flash, or else that would have been lethal. Gonna go ahead and miss on the curtains falls. Gonna be able to get out of there. Not too much damage wise coming out. They did get that top tower. Top tower is down. Looks like they're gonna be trying to make that rotation for the mid though. Good solid crit on the Jhin to the Orianna, locking her down too. Just got that burn behind, not being able to connect the hook. Gonna go ahead and sidestep the boomerang. Deny a little bit of damage on that. Gnar is about to go mega. Any second now. Just Rengar clearing out some of those wards also. Give it a second to snap back. There we go. Rengar waiting in the bush. Gonna be sneaky. Does jump out there. Does take a chunk of the Orianna. Gonna be able to rely on the root. Might be able to get out there, but the curtain call is called, and that's gonna just be finished off by a Rengar pounce. Gonna go ahead and just decide that he's gonna finish off the curtain call for the cooldown. Corki once again does have the package. Gonna go ahead and blast that package across there, trying to catch the Zyra. Finish her off, but not gonna be able to really make any connects with that. But once again, making another rotation to be able to grab that tower. They are just playing it well. They're not being able to land nearly enough poke, and they're just timing it on that Narvar well. Not being able to really load up. Is going to go deep onto that, land it, and then the Monsoon's going to be able to keep him healthy enough to be able to live. Gnar tries to get out of there, does get caught. They are going to go ahead and try to go for this Nexus tower, at least lay down quite a bit of damage on it. Might be backing up a little bit. Vi does slide in, does get caught up. The command shockwave only hitting one. They're just going to keep pushing onto that. Nautilus is back. Going to go ahead and just pull out of there. They got 2 towers in that one push. A pretty solid push out of there, honestly. Cracking open their base, and this is only at 20 minutes. Royals having a bit of a struggle, really having to play against League KC. They're doing very solid. They're making good rotations, good calls, good picks, and playing it fairly clean. Not trying to overextend, not trying to push themselves to something crazy. Gonna go ahead and just finalize out that Zarya kill, or Zyra kill. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. Gotta get my mind back in the league mode. Jack's gonna go ahead and clear out one of those. They're just gonna keep that rotation onto this. It's honestly an open inhib and probably the smartest thing to do. Possibly just use the Rengar to go in at least to knock off one of the squishy targets. Since they do have the advantage, it is smart for them to go in and just try to get this inhib down. So then they can start focusing other lanes continuously. But a little bit too much. Vi charging up the fist, not going to do anything of it. Not hitting anyone with the Q to be able to get any poke down. Things are a little bit of a rougher of a go for the side of Royal right now. Jhin messing up with the angles on the Ziggs bush. Not being able to get over that blue wall. Dragon's going to be falling down real fast. Cloud Dragon's going to give him a bit of speed. Help with those rotations around the map, definitely. It just doesn't seem like Royal's going to be in the place to be able to really line up things. They're more or less reacting instead of being proactive. So they're just not being able to call the pace of this game. They're playing on KC or League KC's terms, really. Do a bit more of that cleanup. Corgi finishing up some of those minions. Laying down some more solid damage onto that Gnar. Really just wailing on him. But honestly, comes in with the Vi, punching him in the face. Gonna go ahead and have to use the depth charge to try to get away. Does get knocked down, but bam! That's just a lot of damage, especially with that walking tower that is Nautilus. Gnar not even getting popped into Mega Gnar mode. Being able to get out of there. Still fairly healthy at 50%. And that's probably going to be a dead Zyra. Falling down right to the Rengar to the face. Ooh. Going to take quite a bit of damage. Landing the stun. Doing a chunk to that. But never mind. Here comes Jhin. And down goes Vi too. landing a 2-man wave, but just not going to be able to finish off any of those kills. But they're down 4 people. And I wonder what their next thought is. Probably Baron. Should be a fairly easy, uncontested one. Vara's just in the bot lane trying to clean up things, trying to get back into this game. But things are real rough for the side of Royal. Nala is just going to be going down to the bot to answer on there, clear up that wave that Var was just trying to build. Just some solid rotations on the side of League KC. Once again, Corky does have the package, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see a team fight coming through very soon. Try and transfer over that buff to the Orianna. Clearing up those waves and just continuously pushing up. And curtain call. And is that going to lead to... Ooh! Catching her right on the tail end. Could not get out of there. And the Gnar is all the way up in the top. Looks like they're calling it. They understand that Gnar is up there. There's not going to be very much they're going to be able to do to hold against this 2-front pushing. Gnar just now backing. Really, they might lose a tower and an inhibitor off of this already. Oh, Rengar just need a little bit more damage, and just like that, they are down another tower. A lot of that consistent damage, and honestly, that Corky poke is just eating their lunch. Just so much lockdown. So much damage, being able to hit him down. Monsoon coming in to knock people out. And that might be just a rotation for a tower and a second inhib. Rengar going deep in there, trying to finish up the Vi. Vi will be going down. Going to go ahead and try to finish up onto that inhib. Clean up some of the kills in the background. He did land the corrupting, his ult. So it's going to be able to tie him down, but not enough. And that's probably going to be game. And a real fast one on that. And a shout out to KC, or League KC, for a clean, solid game. Great rotations. Great, just overall. And throwing the curtain call just to go ahead and keep the other team back. Just to chunk them out. Landing, and that's going to be game. Going the way of League KC. Hey John, how you doing? Oh. Key bindings are not wanting to work. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my stuff. There we go. Tournament. No cash prize, unlucky. Yeah, the cash prizes here aren't they're not too particularly big. But once again, it's a progress. You know how it is. It's really rough to give cash prizes, especially for the tournaments. And especially since they're not necessarily only doing the League of Legends tournaments, they have to be able to fund multiple things. But I believe that we are currently in progress to work on getting some cash prizing done for the League of Legends tournaments. But that's kind of in the pipelines more than anything. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the gold disparity between the two. Once again, the majority of League KC in the 10K range, where Royal was lacking thereof. Just an out-rotation and outplaying, honestly, between that. But we will go ahead and take a little bit of a break real quick. I'll put on some music and we'll get into round 3 of our tournaments. Just a second. I will go ahead and spam out the tournament bracket just for anyone that's curious of how things are going, what's leading up, and what things are looking like. Pump up the jams. 1 second.
I was young and stupid. So, do you have any superpowers? I guess I can make myself invisible. And you? Can you fly?
But yeah, just for a small fee, you were able to just rent out one of their PCs. Very nice PCs too. I believe that they have the 440 hertz screens too that went with them, and then up down barcade. A little bit more of the thing for the older generation on that one, but they have some tasty drink and a lot of fun things to do there. So definitely check them out. And once again, if you want to become a sponsor, check out KCgameon, and we'll show you all the love in the world we can give you. Once again, we're getting ready to load into Undefeated Losers versus Approaching Legends today. What is up with my client? Being a little bit weird. So give me a second to figure out what's going on with it. Having a bit of technical difficulties on our end. Hope this time it loads up right. So much we can do. Okay. Hey. Come on. There we go. Let me go ahead and pull up my Twitch real quick to make sure I can see things. Death by Snoo Snoo and Darkstar Gaming. I'm trying to make sure everyone gets at least some time of on stream. It would be also nice if you guys could kind of see what's going on. Probably be a good idea. Just that way that everyone has at least something to look at. The next one will be the Dark Star and Death by Snoo Snoo. I also couldn't get or figure out where they were, so it's just a game that was starting, so I wanted to make sure to keep as much stream going as possible. So I'm sorry about that. But if you know any of the guys over on Death by Snoo Snoo, which I believe that was our actual first game that we watched, and Darkstar Gaming, I would love to watch a game by Darkstar. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not overlapping and it's only one team. One team's going through the whole day of getting spectated. Because I know that some people just like to say that they were on stream, and it's a nice thing to do. But definitely I would love to watch a game by Darkstar. Just trying to keep it jam-packed between here. Let's see what we got team-wise. I don't think they're organized right. Got a Gragas top, mid jungle, actually a Voli jungle, Karma Sutra in the bot lane. That's looking good there. We got the Maokai. A lot of Maokai love today. Still very strong champion. Going ahead and missing the Q, the empowered Q. Should be up fairly fast though. Jinx. Gonna throw the tornado. Does get clipped by it. Right now the Nivea coming up strong in our mid lane. Taking a little bit of damage. Nothing too big. Not hitting particularly too hard. Over pushed. Missing the grenade on that. Nidalee taking quite a bit of damage though too. Gonna get locked down. Gonna see if they can finish or put a little bit more damage onto Misfortune. Gonna go ahead and throw the Q. Does land a stun. Gonna have to eat the icicle to the back. barrel. Able to hit the Maokai. Both are fairly Looks like more or less a wet noodle fight on the top lane. Frog is not particularly winning these trades, but trying to wait for Volibear to engage, but honestly mispacing that by quite a lot. Does land the marker onto the Anivia, but not getting very much of a trade back. Gonna go ahead and clear up some of those waves. Not necessarily the fight you want on that one, Gragas. But fairly surprised that the Maokai didn't really try to lead into that and finish up that. But hey, whatever. Throwing the Q does land the wall, and that is a dead Urgod. Getting locked up, taking a Mantra Q to the face, doing quite a bit of damage. That might be gonna go ahead and finalize out that kill with a rocket to the back. Finally being able to get on the scoreboard for red team. ADC John down there farming up. Gonna go ahead and pull the dragon out of the pit. That is Cloud Drake, so that will speed them up, help with a little bit of rotation in the later game. Volibear taking quite a bit of damage, taking them quite a while, honestly, to finish up this dragon. Does pop the volley passive, so that won't be up for the next gank. Going the barrel. Using Twist Advance on a minion, fairly certain that was supposed to actually land onto him. Blocking him off the wall, trying to stop a little bit of that escape. Giving a good solid trade onto the Urgod, pretty much all for nothing. Clearing on ward. Once again, twisting advance onto the minion. Hashtag next level strat. Landing the stun, again taking Icicle to the back. Whoa, taking probably about a quarter of his health with just one simple Icicle. That Anivia is starting to hurt. Anivia going in there, saying that this is my blue buff. Wasting the flash, going over there. Volibear don't know what to do. Just getting meleeed down. Not being able to do nearly enough damage, and Italy just finishing off the volley. Gonna take it to the face, and Icicle to the back. Down goes Urgot again. Maokai a little bit far up in there. Watching one of these games full of tomfoolery. Gonna try to bite him, and being able to get out of there. Flash to be able to pounce over the wall. Solid play. Solid play. Being able to get out of there, avoid the cask too. The Jonna giggles coming through. locking up the Misfortune. Not going to be able to finalize too much damage onto that. Maokai getting a solid trade onto the Gragas. Cleaning out the ward. Once again, the Jinx is crushing the Misfortune in farm. But overall, it's the rest of the field is going to the side of blue. Does land it with the zap. Ultimate to just try to clear out the wave, get some pressure off of them, and rebalance it out in the mid. Gonna be getting locked up, stunned. Another icicle to the back. Maybe it'll hit him with a Q on that. Just wall after wall. Ooh, almost dead again. Just doing good, solid Anivia combos with that. Making sure that he does understand that the bird is the word. Throwing up the wall. Grog is coming in to knock her up. Gonna go ahead and flip her. Missing the cask quite a bit. Will she get back up before? Nope. Getting shut down in the egg. That was a lot to bring just to bring down the bird. Nidalee is in there though. Gonna be going ahead and clearing out the sweeping ward. Then gonna be hitting the Ziggs bush to just bounce out. Does get hit with the mantra Q. Gonna get locked down. Solid play. Taking a Q to the face. Gonna get discouraged by the Make It Rain. But hey, Gam's the god. Do you know anyone that is on the Darkstar team? And if so, do you think you could whisper them and tell them to add me on game, and I'll watch their game next? Okay. What's up? All good. Well, we're back again. Have our co-caster
Rick James in the house.
Rick James.
How's the action, man?
Too bad right now we are watching, what is it, Approaching Legends. Defeated. So, right now things are fairly. The Anivia is really tough.
The Urgot, yeah, that's a good matchup for Anivia, I'd say.
Yeah, she's actually fairly solid for wall. Does take a spear to the back. Go ahead and hit him with the icicle. So it's quite a bit of damage.
Got the dragon.
And that might be a dead nade. That is a dead nade. He's gonna go ahead and do the reversing. We go ahead and finish up that.
Red team really getting the better of that fight, coming back, evening out that gold lead. Actually have 100 now. That's good. Maybe looking to push the first tower of the game here in mid lane for red team.
Yeah, especially that team to be able to rip through it in just a second.
Oh, there's a Janna. Can't melt a tower with a Janna.
It's true. He holds off it, but still, like, look at that amount. Hey!
Looks like they're gonna go in for a dive. Oh, Misfortune with the
Misfortune.
ulti.
Not too painful on that, but honestly discouraging. To definitely force them back. Don't want to be seen.
Good damage. So we might. I don't know. If I was blue team here, I'd really look to try and push that tower because they're all back because super low, and with that Maokai, you definitely have the ability to dive that tower and pick up those kills. So I think we're gonna see actually the first tower go down to 2 on.
Especially the Italy in there. Give it a little.
So 15 minutes in, the first tower of the game has fallen in mid lane. Oliver pushing top. Is he jungle?
Yeah, that's the jungle.
Bot bot lane looking strong for the red team though.
Bot lane is looking fairly strong for the red team. That's probably the lane comparatively.
Oh yeah, up over 50 CS.
Yeah, the Jinx is definitely painful.
Gragas is dead. Oh, nice
no.
flash.
Does get the flash, kind of a lucky flash if you want to think about it over that one. And he, nope, not gonna be able to close out that final transaction. Not expecting a ward there. Solid with those balls.
That skin just came out, I think. Festival, what is it?
Yeah, it's for like Mardi Gras.
Yeah, that is one of the dopest leagues.
Or having fun in the game. Down there by herself, but I don't honestly know what is the damage she's taking.
Definitely.
Yeah, one simple rocket will shield off from the Janna.
So that was a Gragas top lane?
Yep, that's a Gragas top lane. Had a little bit of issues with his R. I don't know if he's played Gragas very much or if he's older Gragas. The range on him, and he's going to be able to finalize out that kill onto the Janna. Run back a little bit. Probably going to push him for that bottom. Don't think Miss Fortune is really going to have very much able to use. She does have her own. But she doesn't have her own.
And she's almost out of mana.
She's almost out of
And
mana,
that
and
Jinx
look at that
damage is
trade.
just too much.
because
I don't know what
He was just trying to defend as much as he could. Bigger lethal.
I'm not sure what Volibear is doing. No one there to defend the tower. He should definitely be trying.
Yeah.
Volibear is one of my favorite champions in the game. Just because, like, if you ask people that know me, and they're like, yo, what's imminent today? Baron. One of the. Oh my gosh, and Nivea coming down in bot lane. Is she going to pick up a double kill here?
Maybe the lead is probably going to be a double kill onto the Jinx. It does get shut down. It is a good rotation into it. But honestly, if that Anivia does get her ult back down onto them, that's probably going to be a double kill.
That was such a
It is. And
Triple
she goes
kill?
ahead and gets that flip. And does she have egg? She does have egg, so then.
Oh my god. Kevin is amazing. Jaina picking up her first kill of the game there to put her 1-2-2. Looking strong.
Definitely getting that kill secure on her. Maokai is landing the advance onto the Grog, making a solid trade between it, popping up, able to soak up a little bit of extra damage, but is going to have to let that pop. And Grog is walking back into it just to say, hey, I'll take a little bit of
A bot lane going tower for tower here. Blue team picking up some kills out of it though.
Big Rocket did come down and almost killed John.
Somebody clear the pink ward, man. It's free gold. Always face check random.
Yep. Pro tip. Don't ward. It's a waste of gold. Doesn't lead to anything.
Blue team, man, up 3,000 gold lead. 18 minutes, 45 seconds into this game, and the next dragon is going to be an Infernal, I think, spawning in 50 seconds. No, it's going to be a Cloud.
But once again, that's going to help with the rotation.
That thing trolls me so
Oh
hard.
yeah, then it's always the same dragon. Because it's always Infernal. But yeah, it's looking like, honestly, they might need to rely on the Jinx. If they can get a good siege up, let her get a little bit of time with those towers, they'll be fine. Has definitely dominated the bot lane. But once again, that Anivia is solid in the mid lane, is hitting really hard. But Jinx don't care. She's going in deep.
What I really like, what I'm really happy, I guess, to say here, like as a main top laner, is in the top lane we have two champions that are pretty much going full tank. Have their AP damage, but they're just CSing, staying in the top lane, and they roam down when they need to be. Neither of them have died. They're just getting assists and trying to help out their team. Good.
But see, that's the thing. It just comes down to this wet noodle.
Oh yeah.
Not particularly the most interesting thing going on, but you also have to think they need to be careful on it. Like, yeah, they shouldn't be able to, or they shouldn't be giving up their power, but okay, gonna go ahead and drop the Misfortune ult. Gonna be taking quite a bit of damage. going to go ahead and do the shift, and the Nidalee is going to be taking quite a bit of damage, but he is by himself now. And, going to be able to finish off the Nidalee, but also going to be trading his life at the same time. Throwing over there, going to Icicle to the face. Gragas takes it like a champ. Yeah, going to go ahead and definitely throw down the ult. And he does get his body slam onto it. Jana does do the Typhoon, but is that going to be enough for her to get away?
Tornado, the Karma stun.
Karma's going to get the lockdown.
She
Karma
goes down.
gets the kill. But that's the thing, they are very low.
Who got the dragon there?
It was
Red Team.
Red Team.
2 clouds now for the Red Team. Woo woo. Nivea definitely putting up a lot of damage. A gank from Volibear. Gragas isn't going to follow up on it.
Not paying attention.
You think, especially like, you know, all these guys are definitely something, you know, communication. Like, hey, I'm in the lane. Like, meet me there. Forehand, not family.
What, dude? I very much about this team. Straight up. No, it's not. I'm trying to figure out which one's Pug. Because I think there's 2 Pug groups. There's Huggers. Huggers is one of them, and then don't know what the other one is. But also we're talking about, I believe that they're in the lower yellow brackets of the tournament. So the majority of this team, both teams are actually silver. Vision bush. This to be it.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Check. Jinx is going to get a little bit. If it does, when it's done, go ahead and clear off that.
Good zoning with her ult.
True. That's one of the hardest things to do against an Anivia is just the amount of wave clear she has, which does eat up a lot of mana, but it looks like she has quite a bit of the sustain. But that's the thing too. She does have her Hurricane, and the servers have been acting a little bit weird today. Go ahead and see. There we go.
Oh, Gragas looking to ult in over this ball. Maokai catches him out in the bush. Can the team capitalize here without putting themselves in danger?
Lands the pass, knocks out the Nivea just to make sure to get her away from the fight. Volibear is in a wrong position. Wait, trying to save his friend. Is going to have to blow flash to get out. Does have the passive ticking. Does get stunned in the backline though.
You know, I think definitely like a downfall. I've seen this Misfortune just throw out her ult when I feel like she could definitely save it for just a couple moments longer and utilize it and expect it. Like she could poke down the gas. Wow, what a fight.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on this one. They went ahead and Jinx is just in the backline, just ripping and tearing. They are going to leave the Anivia up for a second. It's not going to give enough time to get up, but
Janet
look at her just
chills.
rip through her,
Quadra.
all of them. Jinx with a quadra kill, and that might be 2 towers.
Who stole the Penta?
Why we can't have nice things. But once Jinx starts rolling like this, especially because she has the Hurricane, that Hurricane does stack the damage of each rocket, so all 3 shots do hit for the rocket damage, so it just adds up ridiculously fast.
Minigun.
Minigun
Speed.
rips through it so well on the towers.
So Baron has spawned on the map. I don't really see, or I don't really think that we're gonna see either team really try and go for a Baron. Oh, I saw it pinged. That's probably just a ward though. Like,
Yeah, most likely. Hey, can you go out there, drop the board just to make sure?
I don't
Because
think.
they don't have enough vision to actually see where the rest of the red team is.
Or like, you know, the burst to take it down quickly enough. Like do it in a safe manner, you know. Because you definitely don't want to try and take Baron and then be contested and lose. Because like this game's pretty even right now. You know, only a kill difference, pretty even in gold, and 3 towers to 3 towers. So like a bad fight at Baron could definitely like throw the game.
Exactly, and with things being so close. That's really the factors that go into this. Bully is going to start charging. Going to go ahead and flip back to the Maokai. Does land the Acid Hunter onto the Maokai. He's going to get a bit of damage, but Maokai does have his ult up. He's going to reduce it by quite a bit. That's a lot of people chasing onto a tree for not very much. Going to flip him back. Does get the damage onto it. Going to twist his advance onto the Urgot. Do quite a bit of damage, but still he's not going to be able to finish it up. It probably would have been just smarter for him to twist his advance forward onto the Bully Bear and then just try to run out again.
So Maokai just died in the top lane. The 3 members of the red team, like the entire front line for this red team, and you have 4 members of blue team just hovering the jungle down here, not doing anything with their team. Like Maokai died, but it didn't have to be in vain. Like when something like that happens, you need to capitalize team and focus an objective. Like they could have easily 4v2'd the Jinx and Karma there, and Nivea stun or something.
Definitely the Dyrus. I'm the top laner. I don't care if I die. You guys do something else on the damn map. Situation. I completely agree. They should have been pushing it. It was a lot of squishy to just be sitting down there. Get anything.
Yeah, that was like a solid minute and a half of wasted time back here, and lose another dragon. Ocean Drag looks like it's gonna fall to the red team unless Nidalee lands that six spear that's gonna steal it. I'm ready. I believe.
Bully's gonna go ahead.
She didn't get it, did she?
No. Bully just body blocked it to make sure that she wouldn't be able to.
You know who would have stole that dragon had they been in this game? Blitzcrank.
Not how anything works. But yeah, overall things are they're just so close between the two. Actually, red team does now have the advantage. But if you look at those crits that Jinx is being able to finally pull out, a little bit too bold on the Karma, but she does have the skill of Contra King.
What was that? Oh, that's one. You're letting me down.
Gonna go ahead and Jinx in the backline though, just landing crit after crit, even with an exhaust to the face. At least he's gonna be trying to pounce out, possibly try to finish up the Karma, but that's gonna be a dead tower. They might be just trying to shoot number 2.
Bragus, man, I gotta give it to Bragus. He's doing a really good line of being like right in the front of the game and zoning out some things and not.
Really is, and that's kind of the thing is they keep the Jinx alone long enough that she hits 2 or 3 rockets onto 3 or 4 people. That's a team fight. Is there pretty much their main damage dealer on the team? Look at Gragas 0, 0, 10. Bully 1, 4. Urgot 4, 6. But Jinx 9, 1. And like you were saying, that was a safe Baron. There was no way that they were going to be able to do that. With the screen just recall right after, nothing too much to worry about.
Yeah, Jinx, once you let her get that fed and you don't have really a way to just collapse solely and blow up that champion, you know, with the Nivea in mid lane, you don't like that assassinate ability to blow up a carry.
Yeah.
And with the front line they have, the Gragas, the Volibear, you know, there's no way to just dive straight past that and kill the Jinx. Maokai tried, I think, in that last fight
But
to
honestly,
get back
without Maokai, is not going to have nearly enough to be able to. She does have a Victor Protector, so every single shot taking is going to be her. She should be able to outscale the damage that be able to do. Maokai isn't even full AP. Go ahead and interrupt, but take a second to look at that Jinx's CS compared to the Misfortune.
Misfortune, as soon as she got behind, she should have just been focused on staying in lane, guessing. I don't know, maybe if she like lacks, you know, the ability to CS, but what's that?
That's the gold counter. So the time right now, so it's the gold per second. How much higher, honestly, is between that and
She's up over 6,000.
Exactly. And her ults are a lot more solid. that.
They're
Not just
effective.
kind of throwing them. To be the biggest issue with the Misfortune, and kind of throwing.
She
to
gets
try to-
scared and
Exactly.
kicks it out.
Tries to wave clear or throws it at an angle. Kind of like that.
Like, you know, if she landed that on the Jinx, it would be a considerable amount of damage, but she's putting it on the tanks when you get close. Okay, I guess.
Okay, I'm a little bit quiet. Right now, we are just talking over the same mic. I'll go ahead and try to speak up a little bit. My throat's a little bit rough.
Really good Urgot ulti. Team definitely should have been there a little sooner, but I mean, he managed to
But
make
that was
it
a good,
out.
and that's going to be able to go ahead and possibly finalize out. Gonna miss the zap. Going deep. Does pop the heal. Gonna go ahead and gear up this tower.
Might see.
Maybe. It's possible.
But let's see. Maokai's down for 30 seconds. Get down. Fortune's about to come back up. But
They do have a Baron buff too. So if they do play this right, they should be able to get really in there and take out a chunk of it. At least the towers, I think. But I think they're just gonna play it safe, back up. And,
they should just rotate mid.
yeah, that's probably the smarter of the two plays. They did just crack down that base, but they're just gonna go back to the Jinx does have enough gold, I believe. Item.
This looks
Yeah, and that's just gonna keep her healthy during facing fights. Probably go over there, kill Raptors, grab red, and then, or is she just gonna sit on the gold? I don't know. Okay, she's gonna go ahead and go back, finish up on this Bloodthirster. Yep, just like you said. She's one item away from full build, and I think she's gonna be going.
the rapid fire.
Yeah, rapid fire cannon. That's from something. But not League of Legends.
Next dragon is gonna spawn. It's gonna be another cloud. So the third cloud for the red team. I really just don't see how blue team can come back in the game. They were doing good early, I felt. It just, you know, they managed not to capitalize. Anything that can fight the nail.
There just wasn't enough rotation to the bot lane. There could have been an opportunity to get in there, get Misfortune rolling, but they really didn't take it, and they just kind of let Jinx snowball out of control. Kind of what she's known for. We're just going through.
Really like to see like a split vocabulary. A split approach here. Get like the Volibear and the Urgot in the mid lane, the Gragas zoning out. Like definitely split this team and get some.
Definitely at least a 3-2. But, or 2 in the middle, which is actually happening right
The Misfortune. It's not like a Corky package. It doesn't go away.
now. Yeah, I think you just try and keep it to a point where they can feel comfortable. But honestly, if that Urgot does do something, flip him over. All.
Whoever that person is. yeah.
Exactly.
That was.
But once again, you have to think about how Anivia's wave clear is still there. Overall, they have place on this clear.
The
Okay.
Baron buff is gone.
Exactly. Okay, taking a good chunk.
If they stay in this bot lane, though, they have supers pushing the base turrets now. Somebody's gonna have to go back. And save
Exactly.
those.
So they were just needing to stand there long enough to be able to get in.
Focus down this tower.
Eventually, it's just Rocket's going to be able to either go in there, knock them away, or just distract them.
Good Janna ult.
Once again, Maokai's way to be able to finish up that hit. Maybe a rotation to the mid, or just cut it at his throat. Finish it off. Looks like we're going to be getting a mid rotation.
Definitely the safer play, I think.
I think it's a smarter play to do. Just to be sure. Does get the reverse.
Urgot?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea. Let's call it.
Hyperkinetic precision reverse.
Let's just call it the,
I say reverse.
the parent trap.
The parrot? What the fuck?
The movie, you know, the twins, they trade places, or got trading places.
I just
right?
imagine Lindsay Lohan.
You know, I could see that. You know, she could probably cosplay it really
Looks like
Don't do drugs.
Okay, so the Jinx is dead. Vanilli was able to get into the back, but that's also a lot of Super Minions just sitting there. They spent a lot of time.
They totally died there, but, like, you know, that's
Once
game.
again, that's game.
GG both teams here live at Cerner. Cerner. Shit, man. I think that Death by Snoo Snoo is about to be in a
Got a friend request from
game. LOL Neo.
All Neo.
Right on, right on. In a game.
Let me spectate their
Oh, you
game.
have to hit quit. What? Oh, oh, oh.
This thing keeps doing it. Okay, there we go.
Looks like Death by Snoonu has their early lead in this game. Not any different than we've seen in their past 2 games today. Really just like showing a commanding presence here in this tournament. See what we got for team comps. We got Vayne and Taric in the bot lane. Morgana mid with Ghost, Lee Sin jungle, and a Trundle top lane. Kevin's a beast Trundle. I say that like I know him, I do. The dude's a legend.
He's a guy. But yeah, I agree. I'm really liking the looks of wonder if it's gonna be as close as that last game you just watched.
Man, a gank from Lee Sin is gonna lead to yet another death for Nautilus. 4 deaths now on the Nautilus, only 12 minutes into this game. Really would hate to be that Nautilus.
There's only so much you can really do against a Trindle, especially Nautilus. He's such a tank eater. He has such great sustain in the lane. And also he does a huge chunk of damage. Just pretty much if he R's on you, you're dead.
And building that early Maw, like as a first item against the Nautilus, you know, he does mainly AP damage, so you're definitely taking away a lot from the Nautilus, and you have attack damage. Counting 100% of the way.
Exactly. There's not very much that you can do with him in that situation. But we'll go ahead and see how things consistently go. I really do enjoy. Okay, I'm gonna go flash and all. Trindle just don't care. He's gonna keep beating onto your tower, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna walk away, wait for you to kill some minions, let me gain some health faster.
Yeah, Trundle definitely has the ability to proxy farm. Like once he's like enough ahead, like he can just do on your tower and push. Especially as a tank, because you don't have to damage to kill him. Man, that was a good heckler. Coming down there. Vayne roaming up from the bot lane, gonna pick up a kill on the Lucian. Only Alistar left here. Hecarim probably should just run away and let Alistar die here. Is it gonna be a double kill for Vayne? No. Kevin on Trundle picks up yet another kill. 4-0. Trundle in the top lane. Man, I would hate to be in this game.
Yeah, it's starting to snowball ridiculously hard, especially if you see how that Trindle did throw the Ice Pillar. It would have been perfectly prepped for an ult or for a Vayne to jam him right into it. So I'm seeing that, something I'm looking forward to seeing a bit later in the game. Just you probably didn't have it at the time, but especially if Trindle's already throwing them just to prep. Seems like you know a little bit more about this team. How long have they been playing together?
Well, this team in particular, I wouldn't really say this team has been playing together for a long time, but I know that Kevin and Yams have played in a couple tournaments together, and they play like solo duo queue together sometimes, and then I know they're just all friends that avidly play like normal together.
Yeah.
So they're just like a group of friends that are extremely decent.
play together all the time, which is pretty much one of the biggest things you have to factor into tournaments. Things like this, like it's very hard for pub groups to really make it very far in tournaments, just for the simple fact that
you have a lot more low players that are free agents. Because normally when you see like the diamond players, they have people to play with.
there's only like 5. Kidding, but that's one thing that you do realize is as you get higher into the yellow brackets, you start seeing so many different faces, and you just start seeing the same people over and over and over again. And you really get to know each other, and you can build relationships. And oh, I know how this guy plays. I know how that guy plays. Played against him, played with him. Morgana using the 6-bush blast over there. Gonna get a kick back, not gonna be able to run away. Gonna be able to finalize out that kill onto him. Cassiopeia completely missing the ult on that. They were just gonna go ahead and show him the back. Once again, Trendle is such a force to be reckoned with in the top lane. Not very much that he can do to stop him beating on the tower.
I really just don't. See, I can see the red team here. I don't know his name. I have no idea.
They're not Death by
No, Death by Snoo is
and it's black.
black and gold.
No, it's not black and gold. It's Dark Star. Dark Star.
Like, you know, they had the like they could potentially win this game, but I think down over 6K gold at 16 minutes in the game, like, there's not a lot, you know, coming back from, especially when you have a 4-0 Trundle and your Vayne is 2-1, but definitely up.
She's farming well. That's one of the biggest factors of Vayne. Okay, and then that's gonna end up with a condemn. It stops the fight over. Does get exhausted out of it.
Hecarim ult doesn't hit anybody.
Flashes it
TP
perfect
coming
on
in
that
from
one.
Nautilus. Red team might be able to turn this fight here, but too much fight potential perhaps from the blue team. No, they're actually just gonna get pushed out here, and Tark's gonna fall to the Alistar.
But they do have the Morgana
Morgana's
coming in,
here.
landing the binding, only hitting the Alistar
Where's
though.
the 4-man ult?
Gonna go ahead and zip back. Not gonna be particularly doing very much damage. Is gonna take it to the base and does a little bit too cocky on that one.
Oh my gosh,
Ooh.
double kill for the Lucian. What a good play from red team there.
Looks like we spoke a little bit too early on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
There still is a 5K gold lead between the two.
I think this guy might be underestimating him.
True.
He lands the ult. Can she pick up a double? Misses the stun. If she would have hit that snare, then I think she would have got a double
No,
kill.
she didn't have very much to follow up on it. You know, the pool was still on the ground. She didn't have any more damage to throw out. So probably if she would have tried to win in and auto him, Lucian could have turned. Lucian's doing fairly well though too. He is 5-3. He does have a better score than Vayne. CS is a little bit higher. But it looks like Lucian's just gonna respect it. And
The black
call
guy
it
is
on
their
that one.
only hope. Definitely not a horror movie.
Horrible thing to say.
Is it? I apologize if that offended him.
Didn't. Should be. Did it?
But really, it's like we're believing in him, you know, more than the other people. So it's like,
You know, I'm just kidding, right? As you're just starting to freak out. But yeah, looking like Lucian's still holding in there. Cassiopeia's having a rough time of it, honestly, especially against the Morgana.
the black shield totally shuts down.
Yeah, the poison, because she just throws it on. And you're like, okay, well, damage you were going to do. But we're going to have to sit here and oh, they are once again coming down straight for this, or for the Vayne.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness, Tarek, the plays, the dive though, and it looks
But
like
the
the bot lane's
Cassiopeia
gonna
did
fall.
land the ult.
Oh
And
my God,
Trindle's
there's
in the back
Trindle.
lane. Trindle's gonna go ahead and keep trying to get over to
Oh,
him.
he's totally
Oh,
gonna
he's
die.
killing.
Oh, he gets him.
He did get him. He
Oh.
might be able to flip this.
Where's the Morgana? She's
Morgana's
there.
gonna be over there. He did get
Oh,
headbutted
Lee
out.
Sin, that's a
but-
win for the blue team off
and
that fight.
landing the 2-person ult on it just to be able to finish it off.
Trundle the monster gonna get a Mountain Drake. I think that is off of that. Yeah, go blue team. Man, Trundle ate so much damage there, and I thought he was gonna die, and then he held on long enough for his team to come in and save the day. Good rotations out of the blue team, but you know I got to give it to the red team there. they really did a lot trying to take out the bot lane. Good plays, good Nautilus or Alistar knockup. I don't know some. I don't know
His knockout. He did knock out the KC, or not KC, the Morgana for a while, which probably helped out a lot in that fight. So that just was able to, one, slow down the pace of the fight. Possibly if he would have been able to lock her up for a little bit longer, but only so much.
And Nautilus totally can't even.
Yeah, getting locked up, and that's probably going to be a death. Does get the death charge, but does get Ard right.
Ikram's there, can he save the day?
Gotta
The
go ahead
hook
and try
away,
to hook
nice.
away play. Looks like you left your friend to die.
I told you. I think he could have maybe thrown down his ult. It would have been a waste of an ult, but you know I think they both would have lived there had he done that.
Yeah, it's true. But the ult's that should be a rotation of the top tower.
Trundling, very complicated. Probably need to send
Oh, gonna go ahead and use the Six Bush to go ahead and get up there on the snake. Ooh, the amount of damage, and Lanny kind of got scared on that, I bet, not being able to actually figure out.
diving in Alistar, not the easiest thing to do, but will it go? Oh my gosh, one more auto. Where's it at? Good job, Bane. And it looks like another tower is gonna fall here. Blue team now up 3 towers to none and 8k gold lead. 21 minutes into this game, Baron is live on the map, so we might see blue team go to try and take that. With that Fed Trundle, you definitely have the damage and Bane to like beat that down.
But honestly, the Lee Sin went a little bit too balls deep on that one. Wasn't necessarily thinking that through. He probably should have just played it safer, got the blue, and then just ran. He was trying to get back in to kill the Lucian. Did get knocked back by Ikram, but still.
I'm not saying in this case this is what Lee Sin is doing, but what I've noticed sometime in my experience of League is like when your team is fed, you think you're fed, even if you're not, and you try and go in and do these amazing plays that you just can't do because you're like at the same level as everybody else.
The classic Lee syndrome. Exactly, but that's the thing. He has such great potential to make huge plays, but once again, like not everyone is able to be free and fast.
You know, I used to play in the Korean LCS in my early years of League. And those guys, man, they just talk too fast, so I had to get out of there. I figured I'd come back over to NA.
Yeah, I find the interesting thing about it is, like, the reason that they're so good is because so many people cheat there. Yeah, so they have actual, like, aim bots and shit like that. Like, zone bots, like, so that you know how to exactly perfectly dodge shit. Like, Cassiopeia used to be a huge issue with it, is that she would throw the poisons at an exact point that you would not be able to physically dodge it. And then it would automatically span the fangs until the poison fell off. Then it would go ahead and poison again, and it didn't stop fanging. So that's how the majority of
the Lee Sin kick, it worked that time, man, and Cass goes down.
Into the queue.
Trundle's probably just going to stay on the split push top, and red team forced to defend mid isn't going to be able to stop him. Dodging Nautilus. You know, red team doing what they can to defend, but blue team playing to their strength, I would say.
It's true. They're playing smart. They're going with that core split push. Thing is, too, those Morgana bindings have been fairly good. Being able to lock out anybody, like if you notice how many of the kills have gone through because Morgana was in. Oh. He does activate the R, and he goes for the ride. Lee Sin is he going to be able to get back out? Is going to be able to jump out? Oh, getting locked down by.
I think the best thing for the blue team to do here in this situation would have been to focus the tower when they have for the Lee Sin. I mean, they're all low, really low. Vayne could die here. Where's the Amumu ulti at?
Exactly. Barely being able to keep it on it.
Hooked by the Nautilus. Trundle, where you at? Go in there and get those kills, man. His ult's
true.
down.
Going in behind, but the thing is he going to have enough damage attack speed to be able to finish them off?
Alistair
If the
goes
Morgana
into the
just had
Morgana.
her ult, she would have been able to at least kill 2 of them.
Trundle gets out. A little bit greedy, I want to say, there by the blue team. When they collapsed on the top lane, I think they didn't have a wave push. They should have just stayed on mid lane and probably got a tower out of it. Something. More patient.
Yeah, and it was just a little bit too eager at the least then to jump back there and try to get the big plays 2017.
We'll meme about that guy.
Yeah, pretty much. Meme team. Sweet memes.
Let's see. No wards really around Baron for either team. Blue team probably thinking that that Darkstar isn't gonna like make a move on it because they know that they can't test it at all. And they don't need it. Trying to get it, I guess, but I totally would.
But overall, both teams vision the lacking dramatically. Look across the map. It's just at this moment, but that was after a big fight. Vayne is just in the wrong place. Being too bold, but he might be able to just turn it.
Well, look at the push in mid lane. Got Trundle.
Oh, getting
Trundle
stunned right
released
through
in.
there. Gonna be able to just get the double kill off that one Lucian's piercing.
But was it worth?
No,
Oh,
it
the
was
TP from. I don't know.
Lee walked. They all just walked. But the Trindle's sitting there in the mid. So, like you had said in the last, good about at least making sure that you're getting something on the map. You can take quite a bit of damage. Lucian is hurting dramatically.
Going for the lethality build. Pretty good. They nerfed it a little bit, but I just don't know. I like the lethality build on ADCs, but I like the more classic, super
Crit.
hardcore damage, crit damage.
Yeah. See, the issue I have with lethality is it's just I don't find it particularly fun to play. Kind of find it boring.
Like, just give me Tryndamere and 100% crit, and that's all I need.
Oh, I am. The Trindle is taking quite a bit of damage, and they are collapsing fairly hard. Does get the binding over the wall, and that is a dead Lucian. Gonna go ahead and get knocked back out of it. Lee Sin is going back in there, and that is a dead Nautilus being able to finish out that. Vayne is on the hunt down. He went ahead and exited the herd.
That's an ace. Oh, heck,
no.
I'm too fast.
And that might be just a turn to go get a Baron down.
Opinion on the mid lane. Hecker moving up top to get probably the best idea, but it looks like
Yeah, but either way, he's not going to be able to defend it.
Cardinal's still on the map too. Probably take inhib, rotate to Dragon and then Baron.
But we're probably the smartest play, but we'll see what they think. They might. They're all very healthy too, so they should be rushing straight over there. Trindle is on his way already. If anything, if it was me, I would just kind of leave the Trindle over there to get Dragon by himself, since he does have enough attack speed and he should be able to handle it, and then just rotate directly. Exactly.
Me back up and right back.
Yeah, the reason I say that is because, like, look at this. It's the shortest path for them to get their wood. And the Vayne gets locked out. That's going to be a dead Vayne, though. Oh, maybe Vayne's going to be able to get out of there. She does. She is able to take down the Hecarim. And we also do have the Trundle eating booty in the back, but not enough booty at the time.
First death for the Trundle coming out 28 minutes into the game. What a savage.
Feels bad.
Lee Sin gonna die here. Fark and Morgana left alive. Not sure where they're at. A little slow to rotate to their team's aid.
They went ahead and they backed and were trying to rebuy, but he's going to go ahead and get him hit. Here he goes. Landing the binding. Gonna get knocked out again, though. A little bit of miscommunication on the end of Alistar and the Cassiopeia, but honestly, it ends up saving the cast in the end.
Definitely a good headbutt from the Alistair there to save the mid lane.
Yeah.
So a little break in the action here. Let's go ahead and go over some stats. Blue team up 4 towers now, 7K gold league, and up 1 dragon. So not like, you know, huge on huge on objectives. They have an inhibitor down. But looks like they might try and fight Baron. Maybe a fight before Baron. And then a Baron and an end. I bet this game ends before 34 minutes. I give them 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes is what you're thinking. I'm fairly certain they're just trying to bait something out for it. Oh, Morgana does land the binding damage. Does land with the Q. Gonna try to bump back, but not really gonna be able to get too much out of it. Nautilus is using the TP to get in. Nothing hits with that Q. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth on it. I think they do have Mountain Drake and Fire Drake. No Ocean Drakes on the board, so that means it's not necessarily the best sustainability on it. But Trindle is already down at the bottom. He does have CC up, so even if a fight breaks out, he's going to be back there. But once again, the Trindle is just out there eating through the tower.
Yeah, and when I think what's going to happen is, like, the only way to stop Trundle is to send multiple people back, right? You send multiple people back, and then it's a free Baron for Death by Snoo Snoo.
And that's what they're trying to play with this one, is make sure that they have to make choices. And that's really the main key of League of Legends. Whenever you get up to the point, you make them make a decision whether they're going to go back and stop Trindle from getting their towers, or they're going to stay and stop him from getting Baron. Either way are both horrible situations to be in, but you have to force them to do one or the other.
Right. It's all about making choices.
Exactly, and that's the situation that you want to be in, is whenever you're controlling the game so well that you force them to say, okay, which one do you want? Either a punch in the nuts or a punch in the face.
Essentially, yeah. Lee Sin, man, just right up here, trying to make stuff happen, I guess.
Big place from Townsend. Trindle's just gonna go ahead and sit under the tower, keep the Snake Lady. That was a really good turn. She did do her ultimate, but Trindle turned it just at the right second there. That might just be a finish off for this game.
Dive on the Nautilus, only Alistar left. That's gonna be an ace game, I do believe. 32 minutes, I called it, let's go!
Looks like we are going to be finishing up this round with a fairly fast game, honestly. Not too bad.
An undefeated death by Snoo Snoo during this Turner plan to me. Turner! The whoop! We're not gang members.
Okay,
I'm
guys.
so glad I have that turned off.
Can you not vape in here?
I don't think you can vape anymore.
Go ahead and bring up the client. Let's go ahead and take a look at these scores right now. The Vayne was solid, but definitely the Morgana, not necessarily the boldest of them, like the flashiest of plays, but she was consistent. 11 kills, 2 deaths.
She did a really good job of capitalizing with the Trundle. Like, Trundle was in there eating a lot of damage and doing a lot of damage, and Morgana able to, like, finish off a lot of those kills to get the advantage of the gold.
Exactly, and it gave good. She was there for a lot of the finishing. She was able to, like you saw with that bot lane experience, whenever she was just walking in right at that last second, pop the ult and killed 2 of them, then 3 of them, then got 1 stun, leading to a 4th kill, leading to a tower. And that's the thing about Morgana; she landed a lot of those bindings. Those bindings led into finalizations of kills because they just couldn't get away, even with how tanky they were. Because look across the board, that is 3 tanks on their team. But overall, it was a solid game between both Death by Snoo Snoo and Darkstar. I'm very excited to see how the rest of the bracket is starting to play out, since we are almost in semifinals. I think we're 1 round away, but for right now, we are going to go ahead.
I think we're probably close to dinner.
We're almost to dinner right now, and I'm going to go ahead and pump up some jams and get us going for right now. We'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Yo, thanks for tuning in.
See you soon.
Okay, guys, we are back on to one of the losers brackets games. It's gonna be Team Pug versus Team Darkstar Gaming. We just saw them a little while ago, so we will be tuning into that one right now. A little bit different on this one. Let's go ahead and thank our sponsors real quick. Some of our larger sponsors is IBM, OCZ, AZI or AZO, and SteelSeries. Once again, a huge shout out to them. Thank them so much for helping us out with this. We couldn't have events like this if it wasn't for them. IBM, great computers. OCZ, they make hard drive solid states, those kind of things. AZO and SteelSeries both make some very nice peripherals. We're talking about headsets, keyboards, play mats, all kinds of things that you could really use for your builds, computers. Just give them a check out, show them some love, say them that we over here at KCgameon sent them their way. And once again, thank you guys for sticking around with us during this day. It's been a little bit of a day, but we're flowing pretty nice. We're starting to pack more League of Legends into our tournaments. Not so much of huge breaks in between games. We will be taking a dinner break after this match. So just a forewarning on that. We are also going to give a shout out to our local sponsors, the Collector's Cache, Novastar Gaming, and Up Down Gaming Bar. Definitely nice to see some repping here in KC area. So happy that they're showing us some love, helping us out. Novastar's helping provide some computers, giving some checkouts, things like that. Really nice. Help some people, whether they don't have a build or they don't feel like hauling their build all the way from home, giving them the option to come here, game locally and in person with people that just love these games. We have all kinds of different games going on, fighting games, tabletops. We have some D&D. We have Overwatch, Hearthstone, pretty much every esport that you can imagine that you love. We try to do something for you guys. Up Down Barcade is a cool place to check out. Great place to take your friends if you are of the age. Just a nice, relaxed area. Just great fun. Check them out. Give them a like on Facebook. And Collector's Cache, really awesome place. Actually, I saw on the news the other day that one of the kids that usually plays Pokemon over there is actually going to get a free trip to Australia just because he's been able to play so well. Shout out to him, bringing the esports to the area and just killing it out there. I know that's a lot of work to that kid specifically. And once again, a shout out to Collector's Cache for providing the opportunity for him to have somewhere to raise his skills, practice, and communicate, and have a lot of fun. Thank you guys over at Collector's Cache. Stop in there, tell them that us over at KCgameon sent you. We greatly appreciate it. So right now, let's take a look at this team real quick. We have a Graves, a Thresh, a Lux, and a Ezreal. Looks like they're going to be going with a lot of poke. The only downside so far on that team is it's a lot of squish. So the high burst team, yes, but we'll see how things are going to play out with that. On the other side, we have a Rengar, a Zyra, a Varus, a Lulu, and a Poppy. A bit more tank with the Poppy coming through. Lulu's fairly nice. I believe that's going to be a mid lane Lulu, though. She has really, her whimsy can help out, save anyone, really negate out a lot of burst as long as it's properly played. Zyra has such good, not necessarily wave clear. I'm trying to think of the phrase off the top of my head. Zoning potential with her ultimate and also her entangling roots and just plants in general. So I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit hard for them to get in on the Varus. But also the Poppy's going to be able to knock him back. Rengar's going to be able to do some picks. And a Garen coming through is the last pick for the other side. Garen, kind of interesting pick to go against them. He's a lot of going to run at your general direction. He hurts and he's probably the fastest Beyblade that we will see in the game of League of Legends. But once again, he can easily be kited, especially against the Varus, the Zyra, the Lulu. All have things to either slow him down or stop him in his tracks. Um, so we'll see how that pick comes through. It's kind of interesting. It's the first Garen I've seen in a long time. But I'm kind of interested to see. That's a lot of bursts. It's a lot of if that Lux gets a lockdown on you, and they have the right angles for it between Graves, Ezreal, and Lux herself. That's probably a good knockdown, a good combo, and you're out and you're dead just waiting for that one. But we got a little bit of time in between here. So once again, I want to give a shout out to you guys. You've been sticking with us all day. I'm very happy to see how much the community has grown from the last time I streamed. That we're up to 17 viewers. That's a huge increase over the last time. We were about 12 at max peak time. And you guys have been sticking there consistently, and I'd like to just thank you guys for stopping and tuning in and really helping to support us. If you get a time, go check out KCgameon. Come down to the events. Just come enjoy it with us, and it would just be a pleasure to have you guys come out here. Once again, thank you guys. I'm going to go ahead and turn on some music while we wait for the game to load up and get into there. Okay, guys, we're getting ready to load in here for, I think, our 5th match of the day. Been doing well. Solid games overall. A few back and forth, some closer than others, some a little bit more of a blowout. But overall, we've been seeing consistently different play styles, different ways of using champions, especially the Jinx that we saw before. We've seen Lucian, different things like that too. It's kind of nice to see a good diversity of teams wise. Just seeing what we're going to get down to once we actually hit the finals. It's going to be kind of interesting, to say the least. I'm wanting to see the burst potential on this Lux. I'm hoping that she does well. See some interesting things with her. Poppy, the adorable Poppy. I'm kind of mad that the Lux went with the Elementium skin or Elementist skin instead of the Star Guardian. We could have had a whole theme going on here. Also, Star Guardian Lulu. Why not? But no. How dare you, the Spirit Bear? How dare you? No, I'm just kidding, guys. Okay. But once again, we'll be seeing, I believe this is Dark, or this is, what team is this? KC Royal. It's going to be going up against Dark Star Gaming. KC Royal had a very solid showing in the last match that they played. And this is going to be going against one of the Pug teams. And once again, my client is having issues. Of course, now that I exit out. Give me 1 second to reconnect. Don't know, I've been having a few issues with that. A little bit of the stuttering, things like that. Sorry about my filler words. A little bit annoying even for me. Go ahead and clean up my glasses. Get these bad boys back on so I don't get headaches. Okay. But overall, how have you guys been liking day full of games? Okay, we have setting up for some type of bush play on this, at least to defend. Let's go, Joe. Let's go. I believe in you. There we go. The overlay is back up. Shout out to Joe. Can we get some Joe hype in the channel? Go ahead and give me a spam of anything. See how things are going. Put in some work. Gotta pour a nice hot cup of Joe. Oh. And do some sleeping. Over here. Ooh, solid damage coming through. Garen will be able to regenerate quite a bit of that back just as long as he gets back and doesn't continue just like try to out trade that Poppy. Get the hype in here, boys and girls. Hey, girls like video games too. Laying down some solid damage. Nothing too crazy in the builds wise. Poppy expecting to do a lot more of the poking wise against the Garen, that potion. She is going to be able to win quite a bit. He did end up not necessarily the safest position, and that's probably... Oh. Showing a little bit mercy on that Poppy. Not too good of positioning wise on the Garen. That could have been a finalized kill out. Poppy just landed one more auto. Garen is back in on it. Go ahead and Q. Use the fastest Beyblade. Getting some solid damage onto the Thresh. Gonna go ahead and smite out. Darkstar is currently, or not Darkstar, Team Royal is playing to get back into the finals as a possibility. We're a little bit behind. Ooh, go ahead and do some solid damage against the Poppy. Keeping that solid, consistent poke up against the Varus onto the Ezreal and the Thresh. Doing some solid trading between that. Poppy coming out on top on that. Rengar is hovering around quite a bit. Fastest Beyblade. Ooh, so close in that mid lane. Both of them almost going down. Doing a little bit of that taunt. Definitely that Poppy is winning in the farm game. Being able to knock out that Garen, it's going to be a while before Garen can actually even hold up against that Poppy. The consistent damage just like that. Going in, knocking him against the wall, and that's going to end up being the first blood kill. Bears is pretty laying down some damage against the Lux, being able to proc off the Thunderlords, bringing her about to half health with just a good solid combo. Sidestep that. Oh, misplay on that one, but did land a hook on the Zarya, or Zyra, leading to a kill. I think it was trying to speed cast his Q to make sure that you can actually do that on Thresh. It's just it gets rid of the cast time on your death sentence if you go ahead and use your flay. Gonna do some trading back and forth on that. Just like the Garen doesn't know that he doesn't need to stand next to walls. Especially that Poppy. And that's going to be a dead Garen. Sometimes those comfort bushes are actually where you end up dying. Gotta be careful with that. Especially against little Poppy. Oh, did get the line down the binding. Lux is up, but she's not going to push anything of that. I don't know if her cooldowns were down or what. She could have technically full comboed the Lulu to death. Or at least made her blown her ult. Gonna go ahead and smite out that red. Just keep healthy. Drop the hammer. Pick up the buckler. Not going to be landing anything with that death sentence. Poppy is getting a little bit caught out there. Rengar going deep. Going to go ahead and miss the R on Varus. If that would have connected, that would have been definitely dead Ezreal. Ooh, going deep onto that. Gonna have to pop the ultimate on him, stopping any type of extra damage coming through. Sorry, you're gonna get, or Zyra getting fairly low, but not gonna end up really anything coming of it. Didn't have enough damage or the right angle to actually grab her with the death sentence to keep her underneath the tower. Just that rotation into the bottom. Gonna alter up. So close. No ultimate for Lux. She did have enough mana. She did have the opportunity. That's one thing about Lux is even at her lower levels, the ultimate does have quite a fast cooldown, so you are able to at least just throw it out if you have the opportunity. Once again, walls. Poppy landing a lot of the consistent wall pins. It's fairly nice being able to bait them out to the point where they don't expect the Poppy. Just say that. They thought it was safe to go back in the water. Clearing out the ward. Doing some solid damage on the back end there. Just throwing picks onto a minion to be able to get a little bit extra range on the Q. Did get bound. Not throwing the ult though either. Ooh, a lot blown for that. Just for nothing. Throwing the threat, death sentence, not landing on anything. Ooh, he does land the Q. That is quite a bit of a lockup, and that's probably going to be a dead Thresh. Ooh, Zyra almost going down. Lulu is rotating in, though, so it was smarter just to go ahead and back off. First tower is going to go down to blue side. It's a 12-minute tower. That's fairly fast, honestly. I think that's the fastest tower that we've seen of the day. Going to go ahead and knock down those. They're going to do a rotation to get the dragon. Mountain Dragon's going to help out quite a bit with the speed at which they can go ahead and... Does get the... And there's going to be a dead Rengar. That might be the trade over for red side to be able to get the dragon. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go ahead and go grab some food real quick.
Scratch that. I'm gonna go ahead and just keep casting.
Garen finally getting a hit onto that tower with a Q. Logging into the wall, doing a good chunk of damage. Garen ult not nearly low enough to actually affect him. Is staying fairly close to the walls though, could lead to some damage later on. It could be an issue. Just like that, barely missing the stun on it though. I better go grab food just to make sure. The line is too big. What's going on here? Got some solid... Yeah, the Poppy's becoming a big problem that they're going to have to be dealing with very soon. It's just the biggest issue is they're not really replying to it at all. And it's just bad positioning on their part that they keep trying to go against it. Is the majority of her combo, and that's just a flash, just as a preventative, just to make sure that they didn't die again. Things are a bit of a rougher in this situation. Poppy is just going to be getting tankier and tankier, especially at 4 kills already. They do have enough time to just go rush over and try to do the Rift Herald. But already there is a mountable lead of 8k gold on the side of Royal. Lulu has picked up the Rift Herald buff. Hiya. Hey. How you doing? Lulu's going to go ahead and be able to clear through those waves, especially the Varus. The amount of poke that is coming out on the side of blue is really nice. they are being able to scale up higher and faster than the other side, than red side. Red just going through and clearing out some of the wards, locking down Scudler, get some more vision on the map. That's another big thing, is that they're... I wish I understood this game. So do I. So do I. I have issues understanding it anymore. Missing the death sentence. Gonna go ahead and pop up the ult. Gets knocked up. Still taking quite a bit of ham diddly damage to the face. But once again, getting pinned to the wall. Gotta watch those walls with that Poppy. She's just being able to take 2v1s anymore. They're gonna have to send an entire team to deal with her, especially with the Mountain Drake coming up. And if they get this one, it's gonna just help her split push that much more. Seems like they're just gonna do a rotation over. Just try to pressure her off the bottom tower, but they are going to go ahead and try to do a rotation to the middle, or are they just going to be... Varus probably has enough gold by now, yeah, to be able to finish up probably a second item. Yep. Already got a 2-item lead, or 1-item lead over the Ezreal. And once again, it takes quite a while for Ezreal to scale up with that tier. Not doing the team any more favors on that one. Missing the death sentence. Trying to finish up with the ult, but honestly being able to almost 2v3 or almost being able to 1v3 on that. Gonna go ahead and throw through that area, but once again not enough to save the tower. I'm actually fairly surprised that the team of Royal isn't just kind of going for the throat and just pushing up mid. Now doing that rotation down to the bottom side. Zyra is doing quite a bit of damage just to Thresh. Going ahead and locked down with the R, and he's just trying to get away from him. Gonna go ahead and do the collateral damage, not being able to finish off anything. Trying to get the flash forward and get a Q to finish up the Graves, but he barely escapes with a hair. It is always possible. There's always some way that they technically could win. It's just really rough. Like, say they get to the point where blue team decides that they're going to go in one at a time into a 1v5, get aced, then they're able to push up mid. Just pretty much freelo on it. It's kind of a rarer situation, and do I expect that to happen? Probably not. But it is always possible, definitely in the game of League of Legends, to have a good comeback. I've had games where I've had even larger leads than this in Throne. Yes, there is a chance. That's all that matters. It's just right now red team's struggling to be able to keep them out of their base at all. Even the damage across the towers, it's pretty much surgically them coming in, taking all of their exterior towers out one by one, and then starting to work their way on the interior. And really all they need to do to win this one is to just once again place Poppy in another lane, let Poppy split push top, and then for bottom, making them make the hard decisions of, hey, do we want to lose top or do we want to lose bottom? And yeah, you wish you could lose neither of them, but in these situations, you have to choose one or the other. No, I know what you're getting at. So you're telling me there's still a chance. I can't remember. Like, I know that's a reference from something. What is that a reference from? Wretch does land the hook, but he's like, I do not want to go on that ride. And see, the issue with continuously stopping the Poppy is it's going to take probably 3 to 4 of them to really finalize out Poppy the entire way. And in that situation, then they've already lost something else on the map because they're not going to be able to deal with the rest of the team. Forrest does land the R, kills it out. Poppy's just being able to take... See, not even just a chunk of damage off of that, just took a full ult to the face. Ezreal is getting chunked out. But that's it. See, all they have to do is siege on this one. Oh, a meme from Dumb and Dumber. That's what it is. Dank memes and sweet dreams. See, right here, they're going to go ahead and do the rotation, get one of the inhibitors. Poppy's just going to keep pushing at it. The Garen's out in the middle of nowhere, just so that he could get a tower, just so he can hold his head high. Believe me, I do it all at the same time. Go ahead and gotten 2 towers and inhib out of that one push too. Very solid. Get a little bit of a lockup. Been a weird thing happening today. Give it a second to think. There we go. And with the Infernal Dragon, especially with the Mountain Dragon, it's just helping them push that much harder. And I do not know what is up with the League client. It's been having such issues to actually... Come on, let's go. There we go. The base is cracked open, so the next move should be to either leave Poppy bottom to try to get that last inhib, or to switch it around center top, let her sit there and mess around with the top tower while the bottom 4 just rotate down to finalize out the inhibitor and start to press onto the Nexus. Go ahead and nick him on the back. Once again, see, Garen does hit quite hard now, but once again, it's just a little too late. Still, he's not nearly tanky enough. Gonna head and get the knock-up, taking the ult to the face, gonna get killed off. And Garen is in the back line. Is gonna, nope, not gonna be able to finish off Zyra. Poppy to the face. That might just be a straight rotation in to finish up this game. And that's going to come with the FF, just to call it. Looks like Royal will be taking the game to try to finish it back up. And now I am going to go ahead and eat some food, and we will be back after that. Thank you guys for staying tuned, and see you soon. us. Without you, we wouldn't have anything like this in the KC area. Wouldn't have the option to do such things like this. Really, it means a lot to us, and thank you all so much out there. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and take a look at what we've got here. We've got an Ashe locked in. We're looking at the bans on both of them. We got a Corki, a Varus finally being banned out, and an Orianna for the side of red. And then we have a Morgana, Lee Sin, and Darius bans on the side of blue. These two teams have been talking over each other, trying to figure out what they've been looking at, what is strong for each one of the other teams, and really doing some targeted bans on this one. I knew that I had talked to some of the guys over on Team KC, and they were really starting to figure out what Death by Snoo Snoo does. So does Death by Snoo Snoo, and vice versa. Was really looking into it, digging into Captain Jack's, seeing what they like to play, how they like to play it, and things like that. Let's go ahead and see the second picks to come through are Ziggs and Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix has good burst, especially with the lethality items coming in. Can really just 100 to 0 you real quick before you even notice anything is going on. Ziggs, we've seen some of the Ziggs earlier today by them. Really showing up well, throwing our ults very well, and making the rotations, especially with the teleport, satchels to blow up turrets, being able to finish them off. On the blue side, or Team KC side, they are going to go ahead and pick Karma and Maokai. We've seen a few Maokais today, some a little bit stronger than others, but good consistent damage, a solid tank. But we haven't really seen too much Maokai shine today. So I'll wonder if that's going to be a change for the day. Karma, good poke, good range, good sustain in lane. Solid pick with the Ashe. I believe that will be going support. On the side of Death by Snoo Snoo, we were going to be seeing the Trindle come out and the Braum come out. Trindle, one of my favorite picks for the top lane, I believe is where he will be going. Tank Eater. Good counter to the Maokai. Go ahead, set up, and just drain life all day and keep the sustain and damage going. Braum in the bot lane. It's going to be able to block out a good chunk of damage from the Ashe arrows, jump in front of whomever his ADC is, block out whatever damage is coming through, and really just a solid tank going through. So a real solid tank compared to Trindle, which sometimes can be kind of a pseudo tank. It's not necessarily that he builds too much actual like armor and magic resist, so he's not ending up like a super tank. But Braum will be there to supplement that whenever his ult is down. Looks like we're going to get a Jhin. Jhin locking in. They were having some conversation earlier in the morning about the picks of the Jhin. It's one of those situations where it all depends on how well the person knows how to play Jhin. The positioning is a huge factor with Jhin, and he did show up earlier with the Jhin pick. I know that. So let's go ahead and get some of that hype. Which side are you guys thinking you're going to want to take the game today? Can I get some Team KC love in the chat and also some of the Death by Snoo Snoo love in chat? Once again, it's been a day. It's doing well. We're making amazing time comparative to the last one. Last time we were about midnight at this time. So we're doing well. Going to go ahead and let this log in. Okay, we got some Team KC hype going on. Any love out there for the Death by Snoo Snoo? Anyone out there? Snoo Snoo, balls. Woo! There we go. Let's get some hype. Okay, I'm gonna pump some some music one more time, and we're gonna go ahead and start loading in. After that, I'm gonna go ahead and throw up our sponsor screen.
It's a girl who understands, like the back of her two hands. If she's all you need to know, 'cause you search for years, but you lose everything you find. It's braille for the deaf and a signpost for the blind.
Okay, boys. Give it a second. See if we will actually be able to load in this time. Or is it going to mess up again? Oh. Looks like we finally got it to work. Go ahead and get some of that hype going in today. Just look forward to watching a good game. And this is really a good situation to learn. One thing I'm looking forward to see is the Ivern play. I know that Team KC does play Ivern really well. So much so that it was last time it was banned out the entire tournament against them, and I didn't actually get to see them. Ivern's kind of a perplexity to me, just because of like he doesn't do very much damage. He's just more about utility than anything else. So it's kind of one of those rarer things to see, at least for me, in actually playing the game. Went ahead and landed the binding on him. Nothing too much going to come up from that. But it looks like Ivern is just going to kind of stand there, waiting around for a little bit. Not too much particularly that he can do with how he clears the jungle. I believe that he's going to try to rotate in and grab the red. Or he might be going for a gank very fast. He did jump over the wall. So he is taking red. He just took red. Ivern is going to rotate up here to be able to try to get Brindle hooked. But he's just going to back off or anything can happen. Gave a little bit too much forewarning for him. Trindle getting the better of that trade, definitely. Things can be a little bit rough, too, for Maokai in this situation, because he can just sit there and beat on him with his mallet, or with his hammer, or mace. And not really use the abilities, so it doesn't really proc the passive of Maokai. Oh, there's Irvine, or Ivine. Take a little bit extra damage on that. Dropping the ward. Zed is coming over to help. Don't know if anything's going to turn from that. Nope, doesn't look like it, but... a bit of extra damage coming through. Quite a bit of damage coming through. Getting first blood on that too. throwing the Mantra Q, laning, hitting Braum. Not doing too awfully much damage, but still, it's fairly low level. Zed still being able to hold fairly well against the Ziggs. 1 second, let me reorganize this real quick. I think we are looking peachy dory now. Throwing down the kitties. Throwing the satchel, being able to knock Zed back. Nothing too ridiculous. It does get quite a bit of a lock on there. Ooh, having to flash to make sure to escape the binding. Does get hit in the face with a spike, but that's not going to be enough for anything. Turns it around, hits him with a Q, not Mantra. So not too much worry about damage-wise, but still a nice way to turn that around, especially for being a 3v2. Give him the hawk shot off to make sure they know where Kha'Zix is. Not trying to come back in for an early gank. Doing some wave clearing there. It's going to be hard to trade either way of that match up top. Gonna go ahead and keep the kitty arm strong. Doing a good chunk of damage on that one. Looking like he might be going a full lethality build on Zed. That's going to be some troubles for Ziggs later on, especially just how squishy he stays no matter what. Ooh, 2 trees, 1 trindle. See how well this goes. Ooh, being able to finish out that kill. Gonna go ahead and jump. Gonna go ahead and is it gonna pop and kill him? Yes, it does. Not doing too well on that side. And the Ivern is there again to go ahead and root up the Ziggs and to finish him off. Zed with the final blow. Getting a solid lead right now for Team KC. Having to TP back up to just make sure that he doesn't lose too much CS or too much wave advantage, or not lane advantage, yes. Ivern does smite that out to be able to steal it away. Daisy's coming out. Ooh, almost enough damage onto that one. Daisy gonna be doing some damage up at the top. Quite a cluster on this one. Ooh, almost dead. Almost got him. He does go ahead and uses Twisted Advance on to the Jhin. Gonna go ahead and pop his ultimate, killing the Braum. So close, but he does finalize out that kill with the Arcane Smash. Daisy going ahead and taking some damage to kill out that tower. A That's the earliest tower that we've seen the entire series. 8 minutes and 28 seconds. That might be a rotation over to a dragon. Good rotations by Team KC. Leading by almost 5K already, 4K. About 5K right now. Going to go ahead and back and start off with a BF for Ashe. And down goes Kha'Zix. Have a little bit troubling times with those Raptors. Gonna go ahead and give the secondary blue over. So whoever wants to get over there and gets it, should be good to go. Ashe and Karma are going to go ahead and switch out lanes with the Zed since they have better range in this situation. Down comes Kha'Zix, going to be able to take an Ashe arrow right to the face. That might end up being able to just get out by the skin of his teeth. Had to go ahead and blow a flash. Didn't have nearly enough damage to even really put a dent into the Karma. Just jumped right onto her to eat an Ashe arrow to the face. Nothing too even particularly to worry about for her. Going to go ahead and clear out some of the vision in the jungle. Taking out a huge chunk of damage. Just fly over there, flashing back over, and that's going to be a dead Kha'Zix. Captain Jax keeping a solid game this game. Already 3-0 over the 0-1 Ziggs. And also maintaining a solid CS lead of almost 50 over 50. That's going to be the second tower for them already. Maokai going in onto the Trindle. Quite an impressive task to be able to do that. Definitely against the Ziggs. Maokai going to go ahead and engage onto the Kha'Zix, having to jump backwards. And rock in a hard place in this situation. They're trying to get onto the Jhin. Probably the best situation for them to do is to beat onto the Jhin. Daisy is in the fight, though. She is being able to land knockups and things like that. Continuing to want to get over there. But turning that 2v3 into a 3v or a 5v2... Definitely a strong fight on the side of KCgameon. It looks like we have Daisy kind of messed up on our screen. She's just sliding around. She's really not a fan of the ground. go. Finally fixed Daisy. Good chunk of damage onto the Ashe, but not very much follow-up was possible there. Once again, classic KC or Team KC style. Just a straight rotation around to make sure they get as many towers as possible, maximizing the gold possibility that they can get. Gonna go ahead and lay down some solid damage onto that Trindle. Trindle having quite a bit of difficulty, honestly, in this game. Quite a bit of damage coming through, and honestly, that's a lot of people onto a Maokai. They did trade a Dragon for it. He is going to be able to finish out the kill on Ziggs, just to be able to get it, but they're also going to be losing bottom tower for how many resources they did put up there, and probably a chunk of damage on to the bottom tower. I don't know if that's going to be enough time for them to get the bottom tower. Probably looking like so. Ashe Arrow going to miss the Jhin just because he dropped out of the curtain call right then. And that's going to be a dead Braum. Zed going to ult on to the Jhin. Might not be enough damage, but should possibly. No, not going to be enough. And they did end up turning it back around to be able to kill the Zed. The Tree Brothers back there too. Really making it difficult to get away, move in general, honestly. We're talking 16 minutes is how long this game is going, and they are already down an inhib. That's going to be finishing up that kill onto the Jhin just by the Maokai. Maokai is just doing work this game. Going to go ahead and throw that in the back. That might be a dead Ashe, and the finish it is. Maokai does get in there to lock them up as he just keeps to run. That might be a dead Karma too. Yes, finishing out that kill. Finally getting some kills on the board for the side of red team. That amount of damage that Maokai is bringing to even... Oh, so close to finishing off the Ziggs, but just a hair too little. Zed just coming in there and saying, oh, hey, a low support. Finishing off Braum. Zed gonna go ahead and take quite a bit of damage. Might not be enough. Does get slowed down a little bit. So close to killing off the Kha'Zix, but just not enough to finalize out that kill. That's sweet, sweet Ziggs. Gonna go ahead and finish up this Rift Herald soon enough. I wonder who they're gonna give it over to. Right over to the Maokai. He's quite the force to be reckoned with. Zarya versus Trendle. Gonna go ahead and go deep. He is gonna try to take out that Jhin before anyone notices, but he's not gonna be able to. That might be a little bit too much to chew. Are they gonna be able to finish off this tower? They're gonna go ahead and just try to stick around for that inhibitor too. There is enough damage that they could, and turn it onto that Trindle. That is going to be a dead Trindle. And the arrow barely missing, but he does land the hook. Going to turn it around, just finish off the inhibitor, and let's see if they're going to back up, or are they going to just stick within? And he does land the crit just enough to be able to kill the Kha'Zix. Just, they are not leaving the base. They are pretty much just saying, this is ours. We are taking this game. We don't even care. Tree protecting trees. Isn't that what you love to see? He's going to go ahead and just get back in there and try to take down the Trindle. Trindle did go ahead and pop his R onto the Maokai. Still not going to be enough to live. The Zed's probably going to go in there and try to kill Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is going to turn around, almost killing Karma. So close. Ooh, being able to finalize out that kill, though. Zed just barely being able to knock off... Ooh. This is just way too much information to process at one time. Down goes Jhin also. And down goes Braum. That is going to be game right there. That's the consistency of Team KC. Just great rotations. Great objective calling on that. The Maokai got rolling and really showed up there. Zed did well. Every single one of the lanes did very well. The Ash arrows were on point, coming across the map to be able to make sure, whether it was to save somebody, pick out somebody, just great on point on those. Karma Shield saving people from slivers of help. And definitely the Ivern was a huge factor in there. Just like I was saying before the game even started, it's always a pleasure to see them play Ivern on this. With that being said, we will go ahead and take a break. I wonder if we will be going to the losers bracket after this. I'll have to figure out what we're needing to do right now. So just give me a second, guys, and stay tuned.
There's heaven for the cruel, but the devil waits for the kind.
Chance gegen Greyface, no space. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Jetzt ist Twitch-Chat Anarchie. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Nieder mit dem Bot-System. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. All die Mods, die können gehen. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Alle schreien Greyface, no space. Los, rastet aus, bitte rastet aus. Ich bringe die Party auf ne LAN-Party. Und die Mods haben keinen Bock, denn hier gibt's Party nonstop. Und hier wird keiner geblockt, wenn ich den Channel hier rock. Es ist K zu dem Upper, Kappa Kappa in the house. Ja, und alle rasten sie aus. Es ist Home Story Cup 10, enter the game. Du musst dabei sein, um es zu verstehen. Ach, wie gut, dass keiner von euch weiß, dass ich gar nicht Greyface, no space. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Jetzt ist Twitch-Chat Anarchie. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Nieder mit dem Bot-System. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. All die Mods, die können gehen. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Alle schreien Greyface, no space. Immer dabei, Kappa, Mike, chatten ist leicht. Es wurde Zeit, ich bin so grau und die Mords kreidebleich. Wenn ich komme, dann bleibt die Zeit stehen. Und wenn du kommst, dann denk ich Zeit zu gehen. Alter, was man, Kappa in the Hood, so sieht's aus. Unter den Twitch-Emotes bin ich der fucking Baus. Ja, und deshalb kennt doch jeder meinen Namen. Und deshalb muss ich dir auch nichts mehr zu sagen. Ja, ich regel hier das ganze Event. Ich regier den Chat und das gesamte Worldwide Rap. Du willst so sein wie ich, sorry, du wirst nie groß. Höchstens mit nem Glücksgriff aus der Copy-Pastorino. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Jetzt ist Twitch-Chat Anarchie. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Nieder mit dem Bot-System. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. All die Mods, die können gehen. Hey Kappa Kappa, hey Kappa Kappa, hey. Alle schreien Greyface, no space.
Okay, guys, back again, and we are going to be in the final game of the losers bracket right now. Actually, second to last. Crimson KC versus Royal KC. So many KCs. So if I get them in order. But things are going to be doing well. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, guys, we are back once again. It will be the finals that we, or not finals, the second to last round of the losers bracket is what we're going to be watching today. It's going to be Crimson KC versus Royal KC. We've seen them both earlier today, both fairly good, and they've been making their way back up the bracket. Royal was one of the very first games we watched, and they were able to make it this far again. So we will go ahead and see if they're going to be able to make it up to the bracket. Between that, then the winner of this game will be on to face the team Death by Snoo Snoo. And then whoever wins that game will be back up to the grand finals to verse Team KC in the double elim. So if Team KC loses the first round, they have to lose twice to be bumped out. But if the other team loses the first round, Team KC is our grand final winner of the night. It's been quite a day. We're rocking around quite a few hours of League of Legends here. 7 hours straight. As we are locking in right now. We're looking at the bans right now. We got the Tree Brothers both going out. Ivern and Maokai both banned away. Hecarim is out also. Poppy, Rengar, and Varus are all gone again too. The Vayne is being hovered. Going down to an Ashe support possibly, a Vayne top maybe. There's quite a few different things that could be going on with this. The Malzahar and Jhin on the other side, and that is the Royal. Royal is going to be possibly a Malzahar support with a Jhin ADC. It'll be interesting to see what they're thinking with this one. Once again, we saw the Jhin show up didn't show up too well in the last game. Got knocked down by the Ashe with a lot of those good arrows coming through. While we've got a second, I will go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors one more time. We have IBM, OZ, 1 second. Been a day. We have OCZ, AZO, and SteelSeries, along with Collector's Cache, Novastar Gaming, and Up Down Barcade. Once again, thank you all of you guys for helping us out with this event. We wouldn't be able to make these events happen without them. So go ahead and please show them some love. Check out their pages. Go down to the store and just check them out. Great things. Another thing I want to throw out is if you guys have not made it down to one of these events, you have to make it. You have to check it out. Get on KCgameon.com, all one word, and just try to get some of the informations going on. Rocket League. Give me 1 second to check on Rocket League. I do not think so, but I might be wrong on that. One sec. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Apparently they had to remake. Oh yeah, so it's gonna be it's gonna be second, guys. We had some issues with the picks and bans. Um, someone was meaning to pick Jarvan instead of Ash, and was meaning to pick Vi instead of Yorick. And we will go ahead and get this set up in a second, guys. Sorry about the delay, but everything will be honky-dory in a second. Seems like everyone's been having issues with this new client. It's been quite a pain. Once again, let me go ahead and ask, are we going to be streaming the... I went ahead and asked. It'll just give me a second and get some feedback and figure out when we are going to, or if we are going to stream out Rocket League. Once again, thank you guys for sticking around. It's been quite a few hours. Having a solid viewership. Guys, loving some League of Legends today. AFK, AFK, like JFK. 1 second. No, the AFK screen is still up. Good thing for telling me that, because I hadn't gotten enough time to look. But the ETA on the match, it should be starting soon. They had an issue with the okay, we're gonna be starting up now. They had an issue with the client. The client's been buggy all day. It's been locking up in the stream too. But now let's hope we're getting things rolling finally. The picks and bans should be fairly fast this time since they know what they're going.
I reckon.
Get Shrek'd.
Hesitation is death.
They are banning out the AA trucks. And there goes Sona.
Playtime's over.
Rest. If only I could.
Understood.
Lock in, lock in, lock in. There we go. Okay, there we go. I don't know. It's been such a big issue with this new client. It's kind of annoying me. It looks nice. Yeah, it does look nice, but The issue I have is like it doesn't matter how pretty it is if it doesn't work well. Okay, J4 over the Ash. Camille. Supposed to go that way. Hope we don't have another mess up on that one. Are locked in and loaded. Okay. Let's see what these plays are looking like. We got 2 hooks. So we got Nautilus, Thresh, both really good at hooks, good with catchouts. A Jarvan for both, honestly. It's going to be a lot of hard engage. A lot of that going on there. The Oriana, once again, she can throw a ball on any of the 3 and end up with an amazing wombo combo. Vayne's going to kind of... It'll be interesting. They should be able to peel anything off of Vayne with that much peel. But we will see, especially with the Camille. The Camille can dive so super hard. I think that's really why they are so afraid of the Camille, is just to be able to get as much peel as they can with that tank in top lane. But Vayne would be able to handle, bring out a lot of damage, things like that. So now we're going to go over to the other side, Malzahar and Jhin. The Malzahar support. Malzahar support's very solid support. A lot of consistent damage, and the lockup of the ultimate is pretty ridiculous. The Camille's one of the, kind of like Ivern, where it requires an understanding of how to play the character. I don't feel like she's very much of a face roll champion. You guys might disagree, but in my personal opinion, I think she's actually fairly hard to play, and she requires a lot of skill to understand how to play her, even though she can totally face roll over people. Rise, good lockup, and the Vi has great dive. The Rise, I'm gonna kind of be interested to see. His wave clear is really good now, and the amount of damage he can do is ridiculous. Especially whenever if people are good with his ult, he can use it in so many versatile ways. Whether to get in, whether to get out, whether to get somebody back, or to get somebody in. So it's going to be an interesting game. I'm liking the looks of these team comps. I'm not too particularly excited to watch the Jhin. I find Jhin relatively boring to watch because he kind of shoots at you and just hits you really freaking hard. Where Vayne, if she's mechanically good, can be very interesting. But I'm interested to see the Camille. I haven't watched very much on her in the situations that I have seen her. I've not seen her do particularly well. But we will be loading in a second. Looks like we had a little bit of salt in chat that I missed, sadly. But yeah, go ahead. If you live in KC and you think you can go ahead and beat up on all the fools, like, just stop in. Come in. Show us your skills. Show us what you got. I want to see what you've got. Hopefully things will load up right. Some real basic loadouts, nothing too particularly crazy. Go ahead and reorganize.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Okay, we are looking good on that front. Captain Jack's giving us a shout out for Royal. Looking forward to the rematch in the finals. Ooh, boy. And I look forward to seeing you out here, Omega. I'm glad that we are starting to get some more information, some more people coming out. This is actually a really large event, just like the last one, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And the best way to help us out is to just show up and enjoy, have fun, and then tell us how we need to improve, or if you absolutely loved it. It's just a blast to be out here. This is kind of what I do to relax, to stream, and shoutcast for you, KC, and they're really nice guys, and I love to do it for all you. Bringing that positivity. And that's really good to see, Captain. We got a little bit of a pause, but that's the thing too. Like a community of like this cannot grow, cannot improve without an increase in competition, more people to play, and more different strategies and higher skill levels. That's really how you end up becoming one of the meccas for esports and things like that. That's what I'm really interested to see how KC will be taking off in the upcoming years. It's true. There was quite a. This is a smaller event in size, but honestly, like this is still a packed house. Um, Go ahead and let it load for a second. Go. It never fails. Never fails. You guys in your league, KC. But no, what I hope to get to the point is that we can actually kind of have a mini LCS situation here in KC, where it gets to the point where there's sustainable game houses and things like that. I know that's what I really miss whenever I was doing collegiate is I was actually just the coordinator and coach. So like I understood what I need to do for my guys, how to coach and stuff like that. And I really miss it. I would like more job opportunities for that, make a living off of this. But let's hope. Ink Dream doing some solid damage onto the Orianna from the Rise. A lot of back and forth on that. Hey, Captain, is Crimson also KC? Are you guys all together, or I was wondering what that was about, or is it just a general KC as a name? Gold KC. Yeah, that seems like it's a bit of an issue around here, is making sure that everyone has their full roster. And it's whether, like, you don't have the full roster. Ooh, doing a load of damage onto that Rise. Jarvan is showing up just to make sure to stop him. Camille being able to deal some extra damage to him. Not winning that trade particularly, being able to dodge out the sweep or the leg sweep, but still taking quite a bit of damage from that Nautilus. Good play on the avoidance of the damage. Going to end up with so many KC League of Legends teams that just going to need to... Everyone's going to have KC in their name. Cloud KC. Team Solo KC. Fly C. SKC Telecom. Camille is creeping slightly better than the Nautilus. But once again, we'll see once she gets some of that true damage really built. Ooh, taking a free tower shot. That might be a dead Nautilus, and that leads to first blood right there. Come on, guys. Gotta get that full roster. How can you grow as a team without your full team? Goes Crimson, Gold, Royal, Team. All a part of the same community. So Crimson's like your D team, then C team, then B team, then A team. Vi going ahead and getting in there. Does punch the... Ooh, being able to finish off that kill onto the Thresh. That was a good turnaround. A good rotation by both the Vi and the... Good rotation by the Vi and the Rise. Cutting off that gank and turning it around for a nice double kill. And a dragon, possibly. Maybe the Orion will do some cheesy steals, but it's not looking like it. And red team will secure the dragon. Camille going ahead and getting a good trade in on Nautilus. Finally being able to do some more damage to him and really chunk through him. Oh. And that Oriana might be in some trouble. And it does look like she is going to go ahead and... Ooh. Diving around, zipping in and out. Just a ridiculous play on that Camille. Exactly. That was some real good dodges by that Camille. And Jarvan's going to come in and possibly be able to finish up that kill if he turns around and gets the prison onto him. But that looks like that Rise might just barely peter out of it. Oh, nope. Gonna go ahead and just accept the sweet, cruel fate of death. Oriana is going to possibly get out, or Vi's going to be able to... Ooh, Vi gets caught up in the command shockwave just to get taken down by a turret shot. One of those situations where being a little bit too hungry for that kill does not end up too well for you. Thresh missing the death sentence on to Jin. Go ahead and clear out that vision ward one more time. Driver going to be skulking around. They're waiting for it. And sneaky bush attack. Down goes J4. Clearing out those waves quickly. He does get landed with the death sentence. Gonna flash in to just eat the ult all the way to the face. That Vayne had no chance. So close to killing the Jhin. First turret will go over to red side. Missing the second attack on that. We just all agree that Camille has like chicken legs. Looks like another rotation into the mid lane. Already getting chunked down to half before even really doing anything onto Oriana. Gonna throw over a ward just to make sure they know about any type of flanks. Taking a ball to the face. Not really crushing and Jhin too awfully much with that. Can he be able to get, almost 0 to 100 real quick. Just gonna go ahead and turn around and accept that sweet, sweet Camille pain. Trying to throw the death sentence just to hit the Jhin, but not enough. Ooh, it's gonna be real close. Body blocking out the curtain call. Rise might try to do a flash over the wall. And, they knew it was coming. Turning that around real quick. Doing a little bit of fighting back and forth onto the dragon. Camille getting laid back when she's trying to engage on it, but that's a lot of damage coming through. Oriana is going to be the target, or the Vayne's going to be the target of the Vi ult. Landing and connecting with the pounce. Almost going to finish off the Orianna. So very close on both of them. Landing the death sentence, stopping the Camille. And that's goodbye to J4. Flashing just to be able to not actually make it up the wall, but still going to be able to deal enough damage to finish him off. Got a little bit confused with the distance of those Krugs. See him land on the wall. Does knock up the Nautilus, dealing good chunk of damage. Down will go Nautilus after that. The amount of true damage that she is being able to burst through that tank, it's not even giving him time to really react. Ooh, command shockwave just barely missing. Oh, so much level onto that one. Orianna didn't even have a chance. Camille going to be going into that 2v1 and winning, honestly. J4 is not having too much fun this game, that is for definite. Quite a rough go for him. Looks like we got another lockup. There we go. Camille is definitely bringing the damage down. Just going to be doing some simple rotations. just over there and instantly bursting her down to 30. Her down to 30 with probably just one combo. Is going to get finished off, though. Bit off a little bit more than she could chew in that situation. Not necessarily the smartest, kind of flashy. Just kind of wanted to assert dominance. They are going to be able to get that second tier tower. Gonna go ahead and just clear out the vision on that one. They are playing a bit on the back foot. Not too particularly much they can do in this situation for Crimson. You're gonna go ahead and just let the Camille keep bullying up there. They're going with the 1-4 split push. Gonna go ahead and try to engage onto the Vayne. Miscalculated where she would roll, though. But doesn't matter. She does go down regardless. Gonna be taking quite a bit of damage. But once again, she can deal it just as well as she can take it. And into the Vialt. That will be a dead Nautilus. Vi is charging up the fist to see if she will go in. Gonna go ahead and back up a little bit. Call that one good. Vi does get caught having to flash out to the side. Gonna go ahead and finish off the blue. Nautilus is not having too much fun against this Camille. 0 and 5 now, and neither is the Jarvan 1 and 4. She just brings so much damage to the party, and just a simple 0 to 100 real quick, or 100 to 0 real quick. Go ahead, and the team party pool. We're gonna go ahead and do a rotation onto Baron since they do see that there are 3 in the bottom. Should be a fairly easy Baron to get. Not too particularly worried about a steal situation. Just in and out before they can even notice what's going on. Just kind of the trademarks of the higher echelons of the KC teams. Tight rotations and good objective understanding what they need to be doing on the map at each time. Camille did get played back. Not going to be very much left to do. She does get locked up really hard. Oh, just barely missing the hook shot. Command goes ahead and lands. That is going to be a dead Malzahar back. He does get chained to the face. Vayne is getting ready to run a train onto them. Is she going to be able to finalize out that kill? She does have One more shot, and down goes Vi. Hey, how you doing? Rise is down in the bot lane. He does have the Baron empowerment, so that is going to help him push through that tower faster. Split push Rise once again. And down will go the inhibitor, but also will go Rise. Not necessarily a horrible trade. The inhibitor is going to create so much more pressure on the bot lanes that if they just focus the top lanes and force the Crimson team to respond, that would really free up the map for them. Gonna go ahead and be knocked back over by the wall. He was able to pace out the entire time of the Vayne ult. Ooh, almost finished off the Vayne, but just not enough damage in the end, just slightly. Gonna land the hook onto the Vi. Command Shockwave is gonna be able to pull her back. Not gonna have enough damage to finish him off, but that's quite a bit of damage coming through, but there was a lot of shields that could eat that. Once again, the Vi is going directly for the Vayne, knowing that that's her main target, the main thing she needs to take care of before anything else. Even if she does die in the situation, they still win the team fight because that's really their main damage source. Ooh. Camille is in the backline, finishing up on those towers, though, too. She's going straight for that inhibitor, or for the Nexus. And is that going to end up being game for this one? Possibly. Camille does go in and kills the Orianna straight off. That looks like this will be the end of the game, and good game to both of them. Very solidly played for Royal. They will be moving into the final round of the losers bracket against Death by Snoo Snoo. And whoever is the winner of that match will be moving on to the grand finals to figure out who will be placing first and second. I'm going to go ahead and throw up some music and a sponsor screen just to make sure we are ready on things over here, see how everything's flowing. See you guys soon.
Yes, you've had it quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are
Won't let you
Okay, everyone, we will be getting back into the final round of the losers bracket. Hype music going at full blast right about now. Okay, guys, been a good day. Before we get into this, let's go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors: IBM, OCZ, ASIO, Steel Series, the Collector's Cache, Nova Star Gaming, and Up Down Barcade. Huge shout out to all of them. Thank them, love them, Facebook them, help them move a couch up the stairs whenever they need it. But really, this is the place to be tonight. It's here at KC Game On. If you got the time, next time you got to make it out. Check out KCGameOn.com to figure out when our next event is, what things you're looking for, or jump on the Discord, just nerd around with a few people and play whatever kind of games you're looking for. So once again, who's hyped tonight? Go ahead and give me some shout out in the comments tonight. Just ready to move into this final losers bracket game between Death by Snoo Snoo and KC Royal. Let's take a look at these picks and bans that are coming through right now. We have Camille, Nar, and Vi on the side of Death by Snoo Snoo being blocked out. Definitely the Camille is a good choice, seeing how big she showed up in the last game. Nar is, once again, did great in the past few games and really showed up to, one, change the team fights around and still keep consistent damage. The Vi, all day she's been a pain. She's been in there. She's been getting to those back lines, slam dunking them, and showing them what's up. Next, on the other side, we have Darius, Trindle, and Morgana. The Darius we haven't seen come through. I wonder if that's a specialty pick ban for one of the sides, or for the side of Death by Snoo Snoo. Once again, it's more dunking, more Dunkapalooza, things like that. So they are wanting to avoid that. Then there is the Trindle. Trindle is the tank eater. We've seen some good plays with the Trindle, and then we've seen some not so good plays with the Trindle. He's been a 50-50. He showed up really big in one game and just pretty much wrecked a team by himself. And then the other game just could not get off. Just kept getting his face rolled in. And that's been the situation. The Morgana, definitely what we saw the Morgana plays earlier today. She was able to get those picks, get them out there, and lock them down to be able to finalize out those kills. So I do respect those bans. These do seem like respect bans, not necessarily, oh, this is the meta right now bans. So I'm thinking this is going to be a fairly solid game between Death by Snoo Snoo and KC Royal. The Rocket League, I do not believe Rocket League will be streamed tonight. We don't have enough streamers just to be able to do it. Sorry about that, Omega. But usually we do have somebody streaming. Let me go ahead and check real quick. Let me get on our Discord. Okay, so we have some more coming through. Let me go ahead and pull this back up so I can see things. Check them out. Ooh, we have a Gnosis. Okay, so we have a Ziggs. Ziggs has been doing well this game, or this tournament. Good wave clear, except for that game against the Zed. He got pretty wrecked last time against the KC team, or Team KC. Poppy coming out by Despirit Bear. Got Varus, Hecarim, Malzahar, Poppy, and Lulu on the red side. Um, there was that Lulu game before that she was just being able to chunk down the Lux, doing consistent damage, blocking out deaths, things like that with the Mimsy and a whole bunch of different things. The Malzahar, consistent damage for a support. Also, just the amount of lockup. It's just it turns a 2v2 into a 1v2 in a hot second. The Varus coming through too, good poke damage. Hecarim. Haven't seen too much of Hecarim lately. We saw a little bit earlier, but not too awfully impressed by that one. The Karma, good shields, good sustained damage. Lee Sin, great early game gank potential and great playmaking ability with his kicks. Ziggs, great wave clear, great global. Misfortune, haven't seen very much of her today very well. And then we also have the Gnosis. It's going to come down to really about the stacks and how that is going to be playing around today. We'll be seeing if he's just going to be up in the top lane, stacking up all day, or if he's going to be trying to take down the going to be trying to just take down the Poppy, whittle her out, and then just keep rolling a train up top lane. But I'm fairly excited about this game to get going. Really wanting to see what the possibilities are going to come to and see what we can be expecting with this situation. Once again, can I get some of that hype in chat? Either hashtag win death by Snoo Snoo, or let's go DSS or DBSS, or Royal KC or RKC in the chat, please. I just want to get a total. I want to get this going. I want to get some votes out there. I want to see who people are getting excited for, who people are hyped for, please. If you would be so kind. Got a lot of the hashtag RKC win. That's where we're seeing the most love. I'm sorry they're Death by Snoo Snoo, but looks like chat has spoken, and that's who they're wanting to see tonight. I'm still not seeing any reply on the Rocket League tournament. I don't think we are having any. 1 second. Cast up. Not seeing any info on that for you. I'm sorry about that for the okay. TKC win. That's the next round. We're gonna see those ones go through. Okay, boys, we are loading in. Get on those hype trains and buckle up. I'm still kind of sad that we haven't seen any Teemo. That's what I was gonna be hyped for, and I really think Captain Jack Sparrow should play some Teemo next round. Because you can hashtag no balls onto Captain Jax and tell him to play Teemo. I think that we should all go ahead and agree that if Captain Jack Sparrow does not play Teemo, that his team automatically loses. If I had any type of power in the organization of the tournament, that's what I would do. But since I don't, there's not much I can do. Once again, we got a mess up load up. It's going to take a little while. It will load up in a second. There we go. Not sure if my computer's loading in too fast or what. Ryzen Poppy was a big mistake. We'll go ahead and see. We will go ahead and see.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Gonna go ahead and land some solid damage. Did get the Thunderlord's proc.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And the Headless Garden Gnome over there.
Minions have spawned.
Just going to be starting off with some simple bush play here. Poppy is going to go ahead and drop the deep ward to be able to see if he is starting blue or red. Lee Sin going to be doing red first to start off, possibly with an early gank to the top lane. Finishing that off. He did save the smite. Oh, wait. Yeah, he did save the smite on it, so he might be planning on using it somewhere else a little bit later. Since he does have the potion. Oh, gonna go ahead and give some whack back. Missing the mantra Q, or missing the regular Q. Hitting the mantra Q on to Malzahar. And finish off with a punch. Could possibly see that Lee Sin coming in to gank from the back line. Gonna go ahead and pull back and just go ahead and start on Frog. Really expect to just see a good farm out top. Wave's not in a horrible position. It is going to start crashing into the turret though, so it'll make things a little bit harder for Gnosis to farm. Good damage down on him. Ooh. The Steadfast Presence is going to go ahead and keep her safe this time. Ooh, solid crit onto... Or that wasn't even a crit, that was just a solid hit from the Q. Another good bounce shot onto Varus. Really chipping him out quite a huge chunk. He is already having to burn through almost all of his potions. Got one more. What's our Gnosis stacking at? 21. It's an okay stack rate. Nothing too ridiculously crazy with it, but let's calculate that real fast. 21 gets 3 stacks per. So he stacked about 7 minions. 7 of the 20 that he's done, probably. That's probably about a 50% stack rate. So, fairly solid. Let me go ahead and reorganize the bars again. I think that was all I need for that one. Up, Hecarim gonna go ahead and try to bring in a gank. Gnosis is taking quite a bit of damage. And they will be able to escape with their lives. Gnosis will also be able to get out. Throwing the Mantra Q to just kind of trace him on the tail. Gonna get a little bit of a lockup. Nothing huge. And solid double up hit. Nas is hitting 42 stacks. Getting in between a rock and a poppy. Not necessarily the greatest thing to do. Is he gonna pop his ultimate? I don't know why he did decide that it would be a good idea to go in on that. Oh, maybe they're gonna be able to turn it around. And yes, that goes over first blood to Lee Sin. Don't pay attention to me, I'm bad. That was a real ballsy move there. Don't know if it was a little bit of over communication or a little bit the lack of communication to really let him know how far he was. Or what exactly happened. Maybe he just moved a little bit too early. Just, you know, sometimes the shout calls can be a little bit bad, or not a little bit bad, a little bit off whenever you're like, oh yeah, I'm almost there. But my almost there isn't necessarily your almost there. Yeah, it would have been better, but once again, we can always play Monday morning mid laner. Oh, gonna go ahead and use the dragon kick. Does land the Q onto him, waiting for him to use the steadfast presence, but he didn't have it. Ooh, the ult does land onto the Karma. That is gonna be a dead Karma. We're gonna go ahead and turn that. Ooh. That was a beautifully timed ult between the two. but it is going to trade for a 1-for-1. And the misfortune into the bullet time, barely getting any ticks off onto them, but still was able to deter the dragon. And they ended up just trading a jungle for a jungle. Lee Sin is 4-1, where the Hecarim is 0, 2, and 2 assists. Don't think he expected that much damage to come out of the Lee Sin. But really, he does still hurt, even with just a Giant's Belt and a finished finished jungle item with the Warrior Enchant. Lulu is going to be in a little bit of a hard place with this one. Gnosis is being able to just walk up to her and smash down onto her with a few Qs. She might be able to get away, though, with the speed, and the Poppy is coming to help her Yordle sisterling. That does knock back the Gnosis. Lee Sin might be coming for something a little bit cheesy. Is going to go ahead and land the Q onto the... Oop. Going to go ahead and bounce over with the Ziggs plant into the Lulu. Oh, barely being able to finish that one off there. Doing a little bit of the Faker moves. And will he be able to finish off the Hecarim too? Yes, he is able to. Poppy is also taking quite the pounding between it and leading to a triple kill for Lee Sin at 11 minutes. This Lee Sin is showing up huge right now. Going ahead and jumping in again. It does force her to pop the ultimate. She might be a little bit too bold with that one, but still. Being able to clear out that wave really quick. Misfortune left down here by herself to just go ahead and clear. Ooh, wow, taking a huge chunk of damage off of that one Q. That lethality item on Misfortune is getting pretty ridiculous. She is quite a ways up on the Varus, item-wise and build-wise. Or, that's both the same thing. CS, she does have quite a bit of an advantage, is what I was meaning to say. Not being able to knock her back with the Ziggs pack. Oh, barely missing the Q. Does get a dragon kick to the face. That will finish off the Lulu. Once again, Death by Snoo Snoo is showing up fairly big this time, but the Poppy was in from behind, getting knocked up into the ultimate. A lot burnt just to shut down the bottom lane. We'll see how that plays off later, because that does mean that Poppy is down a teleport. Gnosis still does have his teleport, and Ziggs will have it up before Poppy. Oh, between a Poppy and a hard place. Oh. Might be a little bit too bold on this one. Going to be able to flash over the wall. Get to safety on that. They overestimated the amount of damage that they had in that situation. This could lead to a throw, but only time will tell. It just depends on how cocky they get. Go ahead and clear out that ward to deny a little bit of vision. Gonna do a little bit of trade back and forth on that. Taking a tower shot and an awesome spew to the face. Gonna keep using the spirit fires to make sure to push out that wave. Don't want Poppy to get too much up in his face. Jukes right into the arrow. Next level strats. Oh, the R right to the face. That is going to possibly be a dead Malzahar, but that also is going to end up with a trade of supports. And trade of wards. Spirit Fire to help clear out that wave a little bit. Man, those double ups are hurting. See that Lee Sin. Oh. Gonna go ahead and just ult out there to stay safe, but will Malzahar just end up following him so that he can get... Nope. He's gonna cut the loss on that one. Karma's gonna go ahead and shield to let him get out of there. Having good clear. Right now, gold isn't too awfully far apart. We're only looking at about a 4K lead for the side of Death by Snoo Snoo. But once again, things in a close game like this can really turn around with just one team fight. One bad Lee Sin Q, one good Varus ult can really make the difference. I don't think he realized that there was that ward just like this, and that Lee Sin was way too far out. Between a Poppy and a wall, not necessarily a place anyone wants to be. Could take quite a bit of damage. Ooh, and down goes Karma also. But they are trading back the Hecarim kill. It's secured by the Ziggs ultimate. Is Fortune going to have to run for her life on that one? Rift Herald has returned to the void. Means we're going to be getting the Big Daddy snakes. Is Baron a male or a female? Don't think it ever says specific. I think it's a guy. I want to say it's a guy. Whatever, it's a worm. Maybe it's like an agender. Doesn't have either gender, because then it like just spawns by like budding the little worms, and those become big barons, I guess. Who knows? If anyone can figure that out for me, please let me know. Tweet Riot. Figure out. Baron, a boy or a girl. Gonna be dancing around the dragon pit for a little bit. Lee Sin barely missing the Q on there. He does end up diving out of the R and kicks Hecarim out of it, but we'll see how the rest of this plays down. Knossos is TPing into the back. He does land a Q onto the Lulu, but that might be a dead Karma. Karma does land quite a bit of damage onto him. Lee Sin is trying to finish up on Lulu. Lulu is dead, taking quite a bit of the Misfortune ult. Going to go ahead and chase down. Poppy is in Misfortune's face, slowly getting knocked down by the Knossos, being able to do more and more damage, not knowing where she necessarily needs to particularly go, but they're going to go ahead and turn around, and that fight ended up with a 2 for 4, with the winning side of death by Snoo Snoo. Once again, that team fight was a bit all over the place, hard to follow. But once again, a very solid Misfortune ult through. She was able to knock down 2 of them fairly low, leaving her team to be able to finish up on them. Hecarim is knocking her back into the Lulu. Gonna be having to pop the ult to possibly live. Almost knocks it down to half health with 1 Q. Knossos is just bouncing around a little bit, trying to do as much damage, trying to soak as much time. Is he going to be able to hit her? No, she pops the shield, stopping enough damage from being fatal. Gonna throw the ult. Ult's gonna knock out Varus. Poppy is in the backline though, messing up some faces right now. Gonna go ahead and keep shooting on them. And will that be enough? Yes, it will be. 3 are very low, but so is Lee Sin. A few more shots on there. They probably are going to be trying to push up this mid lane, finish that up, and keep pushing into the interior turrets. It's been a fairly nice play. Good rotations between a very close game between the two teams. And for Pro on there, probably a gender. I could see that. Like you think most worms are. Do worms have genders? I think worms are usually like, I guess like a sea cucumber where it kind of just buds, or like something like that. I know there's this one type of lizard that's female, but it lays eggs of it because it can reproduce by itself, and technically it's just like a clone of itself. Pretty creepy, or kind of cool, depending on who you ask. I think it's kind of cool. It's gotten to the point of my stream where I start to think about random things and just see how they relate to video games. They also have 12 hearts. I can see Baron having 12 hearts. But see, my question is, with the 12 hearts, is it necessary for them to have every single one of the hearts functioning? Or is it like they're like, oh yeah, I could totally do with just 1 heart, or... Gonna go ahead and lay some damage down onto their Hecarim is gonna go ahead and take a U-turn on that. His Andicana don't want none. Gonna go ahead and curve stomp down the buckler, making sure she can't get that shield back. Ooh, between a Poppy and a hard place. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming down onto the Karma. Needs to be careful with that. She does get knocked up and into the wall, into the Varus ultimate, and she's just going to go ahead and blast him with the bullet time, but that's not going to be nearly enough. That is a big Poppy. A sloppy team fight in that situation. Gonna go ahead and back up whenever they have that exhaust onto them. Kind of the cleanup crew could have rolled through, but that was a solid play, honestly, by Team Royal. Evolutionary. Gonna go ahead and clean up some of the jungle camps. They are getting some pings onto the Baron by the side of Royal. Might be the next thing they're wanting to do. Nasus is stacking at 231 stacks currently. Or 230 stacks. Fairly solid. Brings a good chunk of damage, and especially he's going with a Trinity Force. 2 Doran's rings so that he has a little bit extra AP. I really do not know who's going to win this one. It's still fairly close between it. It's to the point where it's just one slip up on either side can really make it or break it. They are going to go ahead and rotate over to the Baron. They might have been spotted out. I really think it's going to come down to Lee Sin. Whether Lee Sin can land a between a rock and a hard place with that Poppy. That's not good. The Karma keeps getting caught out. They are going to be trying onto the Baron. Could be a little bit risky because it is such a confined space, and definitely with a misfortune on. But it looks like blue team says, we don't care, you can go ahead and have the Baron. We're going to go ahead and try to push into your base. They are going to be able to trade the Baron, but for a Nexus. Or for a, not a Nexus, for an inhibitor. Who do I think will win the... I'm really thinking that Team KC will probably take it overall. They've played both teams already, but it kind of depends how much are they feeling. They have had quite a bit of a break. Sometimes it helps teams, other times it really messes with them because they can't keep the amount of focus that they had all day in between games. But it really varies from team to team. Oh, landing a lot of damage down to there, killing Malzahar. And it is going to help that Varus get out of there with the Glitter Lance. Poppy just doing a chunk of damage there. Especially you don't want to leave her alone too long with that Baron power-up. Ooh, landing the R into a double lockup. He does barely get out. That is a lot of damage coming through, but Poppy is going to go ahead and go right onto the face of Misfortune. That is a good solid heal to come through, but once again, they did lose the Lee Sin. Lee Sin's going to have to go to the jungle, regen some health. He is almost back up, but Poppy's going to look like she's going to be rotating back to the bottom. Might be the opportunity for them to strike on this. Oh, is the Q going to be up to hit it again? Nope, they're going to go ahead and back it up and call that one good. Especially Misfortune has taken way too much damage. Going to be a lot of trading back and forth. That Poppy is super tanky, and especially she has the grasp of the grasp of the Undying. Going to be quite a bit of damage to come through. Hecarim is there to back her up though, so she knows that she's in a relatively safe position. Once again, like I said, it might have been the wrong play for them to go ahead and just give up the Baron and let them push like this. It's been quite a bit of damage. Gnosis is coming in from the back line, though. Poppy is got a good lockup onto Misfortune. Misfortune does get knocked out of her ultimate. That is quite a bit of extra health coming through. That is going to kill off Lee Sin. Oh, it's so close on all of them. And right now, blue team is going to have to back up and lick their wounds on that. It's going to really come down to see if they can go ahead and get into the backline with that Gnosis, either clean up, kill somebody off, or just end up doing some damage to really take them out. It seems to be the issue is just they're not being able to take out the damage dealers, and vice versa. He's not being able to 0 to 100 or 100 to 0 anybody out anymore. Lee Sin. Oh, and he does end up getting it. And down goes the Hecarim too. Also, Poppy's just going to go back into the backline. She's just trying to knock them away. Is she going to be able to have enough damage and enough sustainability to be able to take these two? It looks like she might be able to just handle them all. Lulu is going in to try to help the Poppy, but Poppy is just sitting there and soaking the damage. Gnosis is top. Barely missing the Q on that. They did go ahead and just walk in there, take that inhibitor back, but once again, we gotta look out for that Karma. The Karma is usually in a lot of the pinch areas, and that's what keeps happening. She gets knocked up by the Poppy into the wall, leading to some stuns, leading blue side to be down a team member, which they really cannot in this situation, since it is such a close game. Looks like they are going to be going Elder Drake. Elder Drake with the Misfortune ult is going to end up leading to such a huge damage spike because of how much true damage it does. And also with the Lee Sin, since it's going to add about, probably through a full rotation, an extra 300, 400 damage. Looks like they're going to be trying to go ahead and push over to the Baron, get all of their win conditions that they can handle. They have a Varus in the bot lane, so it's going to take Varus quite a while to get there, but I don't know if this is the right call for them to be going on to this Baron. They are going to be able to burn it fairly quick, but once again, if they lose it, forget about it. They are making the smart... Oh, no, it froze. It froze. No. No. Oh, Poppy actually saving Nautilus because she's able to knock him out of the Varus ult, or Gnosis. Landing the Q is being able to connect with it, but gets a chunk of health back. And barely gonna be able to... Oh! Oh, no! Oh! And here comes the Hecarim ult through it. Just like I said, it ends up with these situations where it's just a sloppy play in the end. Is Karma going to be able to get out of there? Sorry, my throat's slowly dying. And Karma was able to get out of it, but was just a little bit too deep onto that. Too much chasing, too gung for that. Or gung-ho. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and try to do the Baron. I wonder if Miss Fortune's going to come over and just try to ult. Oh, and down goes Malzahar before he can even do anything. So low there. Miss Fortune actually has no lifesteal on her. That's why she's having such a hard time sustaining in these lanes. But that's ending up making it so she's doing almost true damage to any target that she hits with that ult. That's why you're seeing so many of the targets fall so fast, but the issue is that she's not being able to maintain in these fights. Now, what will they be doing? It's either they're going to try to get more kills, or they're just going to call it and just try to get that tower. Ziggs is going to throw the satchel, finishing off the tower. They do have super minions pushing into the middle again. That's going to be a second inhibitor going down. They do have some super minions pushing the... Oh, Malzahar almost getting completely zeroed out by the Misfortune ultimate. Now let's see if they can play this right. It's been a little bit sloppy on the situation. They did get corruptedly tangled again. Poppy is going down fairly fast, and it is going to possibly look like Poppy will go down. She finally goes down. Boom, going to go ahead and knock the Lulu off to the side. And that's going to be game for the side of Death by Snoo Snoo. And they are heading in to the grand finals. Let's get on that hype train, boys. Hype, 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 hype. Guess what day it is? Hype day. Okay. What did you guys think of that game? Let me go ahead and I'll see if I can get the next game getting ready to roll, get that started up ASAP. Let me go ahead and ask the teams if they are ready to roll straight into the finals. I know that I am. Hopefully they are That was a good game. Lots to learn from that. Lots to understand from that. Let me see if Captain Jack's. Go get that hype going. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on some music just in the background. Get that hype going. So we are coming to the end of our day here. And this could possibly be the last game of the day with Team KC versus Death by Snoo Snoo. I know it's been there. We've been waiting. It's here. It's finally. We can feel it. Get those hypes going on right about now. Right now. Pretty excited about this. One last thing I can do before this might be our last game. Just saying. Let's go ahead and give one final shout out to our sponsors. IBM, OCZ, AZO, SteelSeries. Big shout out to them. Some more are national sponsors. They've helped us out with a lot of the prizing, whether it's the food, whether it's just helping us get a venue, pay for the venue, and make this the best event for KC and probably even throughout the Midwest. Really check it out. Go ahead and give them some love. Go buy a keyboard. Check it out. Please give them a like on Facebook for us. Or let's give another huge shout out to our local KC sponsors, the Collector's Cache, Nova Star Gaming, and Up Down Barcade. This is a whole lot for one tournament one day. Yeah, this is usually about the average we do. We've been growing explodingly. But let me finish with this shout out for them. Collector's Cache, great place, check it out. They have a whole bunch of different things you can do. Board games, D&D, tabletops, video game merchandise, movie merchandise, anything that you're really looking for that you like to geek out about. Nova Star Gaming, kind of the traditional Korean PC bong. Just fun to roll in there, play on some computers. I hear that they got some new monitors there that are 144 hertz. And if you have not played on a 144 hertz PC monitor, you do not know what it is to live. Up Down Barcade, I have yet to make it out to there, but definitely I want to check it out. From my Google searches that I have seen, it looks like a ton of fun. Good drinks, good food, and just arcade all day. It's like a Chuck E. Cheese for adults. What's the worst part about going to Chuck E. Cheese? The little kids and the weird looks I get. Things like that. So definitely give them some love. If you're looking for a night out with your friends, that's not here at KC Game On in between the times, definitely check them out. Check all three of them out. There's always a ton of stuff to do here in KC. And if you are one of the sponsors that are interested in joining us here at KC Game On, go ahead and check us out at kcgameon.com. We have some information about possible sponsorships that we could set up. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to talk to you about the opportunities that we can give you and the opportunities that you can give us. Once again, KC Game On, check us out there. Go ahead and follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Just to keep in the loop of what's going on in KC and what kind of fun things are going on. My name is Zenis Lopez, and you can also follow me at ZLopez911 on Twitter. My Twitch name is RaffleStomps911. Just go ahead and follow me on there on Twitch. I will be doing the Breath of the Wild. It's been a while since I've actually sat down and streamed, so I'm pretty hyped for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be playing Breath of the Wild Zelda. Got to play it at PAX South. looks gorgeous, looks like a ton of fun, and I'm super excited to be able to get back into doing a little bit of streaming, hopefully. If my work allows me to not want to pull out my hair and cut out my eyeballs. But anyway, we are getting ready to roll into our final game of the night, or second to final game of the night. So, who is all hyped out there for tonight? Let me know in those Twitch chat. So, we are going to be going with the hashtag win TKC or hashtag win DBSS, Death by Snoo Snoo. We have seen this pair up before. Last time, KC took it. They knocked Death by Snoo Snoo down into the losers bracket. So will Death by Snoo Snoo be able to come back, claim 2 victories in a row, and take the tournament? Or is the local champions, KC or Team KC, going to be able to take this one? Only time will tell. So go ahead and stick around for a little bit, and then we'll get this rolling right as I get that invite. I need to get something to drink. I will be right back. Okay, guys, we are going to be heading in to the last game tonight. Um, one last thing I've been forgetting to give a shout out to, and it's actually a very important thing for us here at KCgameon. Our featured charity of this month's event, or this event, is the Play to Beat Brain Cancer Gray Matters, or Make Gray Matter. Definitely give them a check out. I will go ahead and give a link on there. If you guys want to go ahead and either just check it out, give it a share on Facebook, or go ahead and just donate some money to them. It's a great charity, and that's really what we're here for, guys. Is we want to help grow the community. Two, we want to make sure that what we're doing is at least going for a good cause and helping things out. We'd love for you guys to just check it out if you would take a second. But once again, they were out here, they were selling some stuff, and we thank them so much for coming out. And really, if you could show them a little bit of love. One more thing is we're just going to give our final shout out tonight for our sponsors: IBM, OCZ, AZO, SteelSeries, Collector's Cache, Novastar Gaming, Up Down Gaming Bar. Once again, thank you guys so much, and this wouldn't be possible without you. We're going to be going ahead and rolling into the final game. Final game tonight. Has been a long night. It's been a lot of League of Legends. We're talking about, I think we're at hour 9 of continuous stream. Hot loads of League of Legends. What people like to hear. And we are going to be watching Team KC versus whatchamacallit, Death by Snoo Snoo. That's who we will be watching. So let's go ahead and get those hashtags going. Hashtag Team KC versus hashtag Team DBSS. Death by Snoo Snoo. I might be getting a co-caster in here. Would help me out a little bit. It's been a night. But let's go ahead and take a look at these picks and these bans. The bans coming in: the Lee Sin, the Darius, the Morgana, on the side of Team KC. I think the Lee Sin is honestly a respect ban, just as to show the respect of the Lee Sin from the last game. He had made quite a few plays that really helped them to get rolling. Second. And the Darius, I think it's just something that they've really thoroughly enjoyed on playing it. So I think that's why they're also banning out. The Morgana, once again, is a nice pick. Good catch out potential. The Ivern, we saw the Ivern from the last Team KC really, really ended up messing up Death by Snoo Snoo. The Zed, once again, really messed up Death by Snoo Snoo. And the Corki, it seems like 2 of these picks are literally just targeting Captain Jax. He's a solid player. I believe he's the captain of Team KC. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it's just the respect of him in this role specifically. So let's go ahead and break down some of these picks. Rengar, good pick off potential. Good clear. He has a little bit of tank to him. Good sustainability and just overall a nice pick. Then down to the Karma. Karma has good poke, good shield, speed, engage, disengage. And she's just a very versatile support champion. Varus, great poke hands down, and his ultimate can lock up huge chunks of people. Then I don't know, the Maokai and the Talia are being hovered right now. So we'll go ahead and see if they are going to get locked in. Oh, the RE came through instead. Let me go ahead and get that message going over there. The Maokai tank does bring a good chunk of damage still. Has to be respected. We had seen a good range of Maokais. We've seen some that have been fairly useless, and we've seen some that just dominated the game. The Ari, first time today that we will be seeing the Ari pick come out. Now, on the other side, we're going to have a Braum, a Graves, a Ziggs, and a Lucian. Braum's Lucian, or Braum Lucian's a very strong combo between the two. Just their passive stacks so well. Then we have the Graves. Graves brings solid damage. I've seen some Graves just straight up raffle stomp people to the face. But once again, I haven't necessarily seen him really show up very much today. The Ziggs, good wave clear, good damage, great presence with the ult and the teleport. And the ability to knock down towers fairly fast. Then we have the Gnosis. The Gnosis, I don't necessarily feel like he was the real like de facto reason for winning the last game. I think that he brought a good chunk of damage, a good burst potential, and was fairly annoying with the slows and things. But we'll see how he fares this time against the Maokai instead. And as we get ready, we are going to go ahead and load in to possibly the final game of the night. Team KC versus Team Death by Snoo Snoo. So go ahead and give a shout out for whatever team you want to win. Sorry about me being so yawny. Been a bit of a day. So, hope you guys have been enjoying the day. Been a lot of work out here. A lot of good friends made. A lot of good time shared. I'd love to see you guys all come out next time. Go ahead and stop in. I'll probably be here casting again, League of Legends. Stop in, give me a hi, say what's going on, or play in the tournament so I can go ahead and cast your games for you. And then you can yell at me for saying things and stuff and places. But we are down to the final minute that we will be waiting for it. We did see Team KC beat Death by Snoo Snoo before, and it was pretty handily. It was a very strong showing by Team KC, probably their best game of the day. But we'll see if that energy, if that focus can still continue. How this break has affected them. Maybe things will be holding up. We'll be wondering. Will be interesting to see if things stay consistent for KC. And now we are going to be getting into our final game. Final game hype. As we wait for our glitch to resolve itself, it'll just take a second. There we are. Now we're starting to load in. Looks like Team KC will be going for the bottom bush. Probably trying to fend off an invade.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Fairly normal builds between them. Let me go ahead and get this organized real quick.
Minions have spawned.
There we go. Got everything in order. Yeah, fairly common builds between the two. Nothing too ridiculous, crazy going on. I'm actually fairly disappointed in Captain Jack Sparrow for not going Teemo. We had the conversation before that he would play Teemo, and he did not play Teemo. So you guys can flame him on his Twitter handle at donaldtrump.com. I'm just kidding about that. But yeah, I was still hoping for some type of Teemo pick. Sadly, I didn't get any Teemo picks today. Oh, the official time that we have been streaming is 9 hours and 54 minutes. So congratulations to all of us. And for the people who have been here for all 9 hours and 54 minutes, thank you. Just a Bucknoss is gonna be sitting up top. And Mantra Q to the face, onto the Braum. That's a lot of damage. Not being able to really particularly take anything back on that for the Lucian. Oh, there we go. Rango almost dying to blue buff. I'm gonna go ahead and block that out with the unbreakable wall. Gonna engage for some damage. Necessarily that did come out in the Maokai's favor. Gonna go ahead and get hit by another Mantra Q. Gonna be tanking those to the face. Captain Jax did get a little bit of engage, get a little extra poke on him, but nothing too crazy. A little bit of engage in there. Taking the Mantra Q to the face. Not doing too much damage. Up to 14 viewers. Yay us. Once again, this is the finals. So if the winner of this is Team KC, this one game, gonna go ahead and get a little bit more of engage onto him. Taking a bit more damage, being able to sidestep the charm, and gonna flash under the tower just to go ahead and hit her with a little bit of buckshot to the back of the head. Taking first blood on Captain Jax. Solid play from that Graves. We're gonna go ahead and see. It seems like they're playing a lot tighter this time. For Death by Snoo Snoo. Taking a little bit of damage on there. Getting locked down by the chain. I mean, checking that bush just to make sure to push him off a little bit so that he doesn't get enough time to recall. Force him to stay in lane. Maokai respecting the power of the Gnosis. Maokai is gonna be able to get stopped by the Gnosis. He is out of potions. He doesn't have very much he can particularly do right now. Oh, Maokai getting engaged on by the Graves. Graves doing solid damage still. Still is able to secure the kill with the red buff burn. We have yet to see the Rengar come out. Oh, there goes the Rengar onto the Ziggs. Oh, and is that going to be a dead... Yes, it is a dead Rengar. But they're going to go ahead and trade it back to Captain Jax with the kill on to the Graves. They're going to keep things farming up. CS between all the lanes are fairly close. Just maybe even off by 2 or 3. Nos is coming back to deal some damage to the Maokai. Gonna go ahead and transfer over the blue to the Ahri. Oh, Bringar is going to go ahead and invade into the jungle. Ari is there to go ahead and trade over that blue. Fairly secure, or fairly simply secured kill. And he does land the charm to be able to whack him in the face with the ultimate for a little bit more damage. Karma is taking quite a bit of extra damage for that, and Varus does go ahead and land the Q between the two. Ooh, so close on that. Down goes Braum. The BM. Bad Manners Varus. Oh! Quite a large chunk of damage coming out on that RA. Not very much she could do even in reaction. Getting caught between that wall and the Graves Q. Gonna have a little bit of lockup, and we're back. Graves going to go ahead and clear out some of the vision that's in his jungle. Looks like they're just trying to prep for something down here in the bottom, but there's not particularly anyone near there. The Ringar's wasting a good chunk of time down there. Oh, landing the R onto the Braum. Not going to be able to really finalize out a lot of the damage onto the... Oh, so very close on going down. He does blow the heal, but he's re-engaging on to... Ooh, and that's going to be enough to kill the Lucian. Ari is there. A little bit extra damage, and that will be a dead Braum. Gonna flash through it, barely missing him with the arrow, and the minion actually ends up killing the Rengar. And in that situation, blue team comes out on top, being able to at least fend off the tower and also get one. Oh, collateral damage to the face on the Maokai. Gonna go ahead and throw the smoke so that he can't see, but Gnosis is not gonna get there in time. Going for the tower dive, but still just wasn't simply enough. Six getting out with a sliver of health. Varus is coming through to go ahead and take the blue with a Q. The classic blue clue. Varus missing it all, but he also does go ahead and pop the arrow, and it's going to be a lot of damage. It's going to end up with a trade, but are they going to be able to make it out with this one? The collateral damage is barely missing. Rengar is coming in. Is he going to be able to actually get close enough to the graves? A lot of damage coming through. Oh, and a double kill coming through. Maokai gonna be able to defend the tower. It just seems like KC, our team KC is having a bit of trouble with this one. Oh, nope. So the game's a bit early to tell. Gonna go ahead and clear out that ward. Don't think he knows that the Doge is there. Hawkeye's just gonna stay safe and go the long way around. Oh! So much damage to the face of Varus, but not enough to 100 him out, which is the whole goal of that. Oh, is it gonna be enough to finish that out? He does get enough damage to go ahead and finish off both Braum and Ziggs. They are going to go ahead and turn that around for an Ocean Drake. That is the second tower for blue side. Seems like it's the classic KC rotation. If a team were really paying attention to what they do here, you could probably predict, usually through that they're going to do this situation exactly and just counter it by having your team there ready to defend. But honestly, it's kind of the classic thing. You've seen them do it all day. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Down goes the third tower of the game for blue side. Gonna go ahead and pull up the hood. Be back. Sending out the spooky scary ghosts. Rift Herald will be switching over. Gonna be the first turret for blue team. Oh, gonna go ahead and lock him up and almost goes ahead and zeroes him fully out. Maokai does get a lockup onto the Nautilus or Gnosis and ends up almost killing him out. Are they going to be able to finalize out this kill? So close, but no cigar. And bam, now he's able to. Tying things up onto the side of blue team or Team KC. Down does go the Karma though. Barely nicking him on the back. Getting the Braum in the charge does bring him down to half health, but it's not going to be able to really finish up that kill with him. Oh, a lot of damage coming down onto the Graves. Being able to step aside the collateral damage. So that means that ultimate is off or on cooldown for quite a touch of time. And, oh, a lot of damage coming in from that Ahri on to that Lucian. Oh, and he does finalize out the kill onto the Karma. Barely missing the ultimate onto that. And that's going to be a dead Varus. And Ari is able to go ahead and steal that blue away from the side of red. Gonna help her make sure she can spam more abilities. Gonna be a lot of damage coming out on to the Maokai. But honestly, he's being able to take up quite a bit of it. And the Ari does flash over to be able to finish out the Ziggs. Ziggs is down. Now might be the time for the Graves to be able to go down. But is it going to be enough? No, it will not be enough. Oof. Barely going ahead and hitting him with that fully charged Q. Gonna put down the Lucian. And that's gonna go ahead and give them up second tower mid. Spooky Scary Ghost. Does get locked down, does get chopped with the Q. That's going to be a lot of damage, but she is able to finalize out that damage and kill the Gnosis. Down also goes Graves. Down also goes Lucian. This might be just a full clean ace if they can get that Ziggs. Is he going to be able to finish it out? He does be able to lock him down. He's going to... There comes through the ace. And that is going to be a free Baron. That might be a caught out Graves between the two. Not expecting him to go ahead and slide that way, but still, it didn't give him any way of out of that. This is going to end up with a dead tower over here for them. Team KC is showing up pretty big on this. They were having some issues in the early game, but they're starting to make up to it, starting to scale up into it. Seems that they finally got their head on straight for this and are really making up some progress here. They're going to be doing quite a bit of damage onto the Braum. Braum is going to go ahead and ult up onto them with the Glacier Divide. Now they're going to be going deep for the Lucian and the Ziggs. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he is not able to get the Lucian. But still, they are in their base with a Baron buff while Gnosis is trying to solo it. Nasus is still just trying to solo split push out there, but it's probably going to be the wrong call. This might end up costing them the game. Oh, they did catch the Graves with it in. Is that going to be able to? That will be finishing off the game tonight. Congratulations, Team KC. And that was a very special Meowkai out there. He soaked up so much of that damage, just took it straight to the face. Had some issues in the early game staying tanky, but once he got after that, he was good to go. And good game for both. Honestly, it was a solid game. It was a great day of games just in general. And it's been a pleasure for me to go ahead and cast this. Thanks for the Play to Beat Brain Cancer for coming out, helping us out. A shout out to all of our sponsors, IBM, OCZ, AZO, Steel Series, The Collector's Cache, Nova Star Gaming, and Up Down Barcade. It's been a pleasure. Thank you guys, and thank our sponsors. And that will be it for us here tonight at KCgameon. I hope you guys really enjoyed the day. I hope you guys enjoyed my casting. If so, give me a follow on Twitter at zlopez911, or go ahead and follow me on Twitch at rafflestomps911. I will be doing some Zelda later on. I don't really stream Twitch or stream League of Legends. But thank you guys, and it's been a pleasure, and look forward to seeing you guys again out here at the next KCgameon, or in the stream at the next KCgameon. And once again, you guys have a great night.